Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer words tonight's Wednesday stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. I hope you guys are nice and fine and dandy. Hell yeah. We have white pills, believe it or not. Very, very spicy white pills, mind you, but white pills nonetheless, something that we actually should be celebrating. And in fact, there's many ways that I would love to actually celebrate it, but unfortunately they are not YouTube safe. So reminder before we get into all that fun stuff. Remember, I do multi-stream. I'm on YouTube, Kick, and Rumble. If you feel like glowing, either go to Rumble chat, preferably have the Kick live stream open, and then use the Rumble chat there because I'm a Jew. Or use like the FBI emote if you have access to it on Kick and YouTube. Or like the alarm, whatever the case is. If you feel like you're glowing tonight, because they're all white pills, but they're very very spicy white pills. Regardless, so just kind of keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. But other than that, oh buddy, if I could say a 3-letter phrase, I totally would. There, cause it wasn't. I know a lot of the stuff was kind of like yesterday, but I don't stream on Tuesdays, so we're celebrating it today. Plus, there's some updates. There's some updates as well, so it all works together here. Karmelo's gonna lose his V card in prison. Let's fucking go. That's assuming he hasn't raped somebody. Or raped a girl yet and just hasn't been charged for it because, the privileges that you have there. Um, thank you, Rasmus, for celebrating your membership for 3 months now. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Episode 4, Vampire RP Keep Shekels, Lumi Angry. I don't understand what you mean by keeping shekels from the vampire RP. We didn't have to deal with any unscrupulous tiny hats. There. But that was a fun little RP session on when I say RP session, that makes it sound sexual. No. Well, on Arch's channel, Arch Warhammer, even though it's illegal to call him that now. We have a Vampire the Masquerade campaign where we play as Nazi vampires. And so, yeah, you can imagine as how that goes. And that was Sunday, this past Sunday. So it's gonna be a couple weeks before we do another one of that and go from there. I think he likely won't survive long in the 6 months unless he goes into solitary. Well, the thing is, prison is usually filled with other NWAs and Mexicans. So, he probably would actually be okay. Like, other than the but then usually in prison there's already gangs, right? So the Mexicans get together, then the NWAs get together. You say also skinheads, yes, but like it's mostly NWAs and Mexicans. So I'm not too worried about him, frankly. The skinheads know not to do really anything about it because one, they're a minority, and two, like even in prison, the darkies got privilege there too because then the skinheads will be charged extra for committing racial offenses. So I think he'll be fine. The only except unless he becomes the prison bitch for the NWA gangs, then he won't be fine. In fact, I saw a meme today about somebody zoomed in on his lips from his mugshot and be like, he's prison pussy. And it was like, okay, yeah, that fits actually. There. Thank you, Papa Caps, for celebrating your subby bubby for 2 months in a row on Kick. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. In 7 more months, I'll pop you out of my womb. You say stay based, Amal. Well, if you stay for another 7 more months, hopefully I will be based by then. But then again, woman can't be based. But I will try. At least for the next 7 months, so I can give birth to you. And then thank you, Lorcan LaFew, for celebrating your subby bubby for 13 months. You've been out of the womb for a while now, and I haven't killed you yet, so I'm quite proud of myself, to say the least. And then thank you, Yukon Hunter, for subbing Bobby for 13 months in a row, and Arctic Penguin for also 13 months in a row. Thank you, guys, for being around for so long. And Kazinxi Handler, too. Thank you. And be Zeus for 13 months in a row. Wow, we got lots of 13 months here. Is this like my 13 reasons why I stream on Kick? No suicide yet, though. Thank you, Not Manadach, for the $5 wados. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why does the one guy keep wanting you to make Fallout Equestria content? Because he hates me and he wants me to die. That's why. And I'm a cheap whore and I will do anything for money. Well, almost anything for money. I have a little standards, a few standards, but unfortunately, Fallout Equestria is not one of them. I thank you, Gus of the Dorks, for the $5 wados. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So you got banned off Twitch a while ago. Know what helps keep you from getting banned? MLP content. Everyone loves My Little Pony. Fallout Equestria. Nobody loves My Little Pony. It's a somewhat dead franchise at this point. I know the bronies still sort of kind of exist, but they're a dying breed now that the show has died off. And they're kind of cringe. So yeah, no, I will hard pass on that, but I will add your $5 reduce to Fallout Equestria, because like I said, I'm a cheap whore. And I want to die. Anyways, thank you, Lumi Loves Feet, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Amal, remember when it comes to the Belfast situation, it's nothing worth losing your head over. After all, no one dialed Labour government oh yeah, no one died Labour government properly. True. Why should I get upset? Why should I run around like a chicken with my head cut off if I didn't actually get my head cut off? You see? See? Big brain here. Hell yeah. Hey, Oma. Well, hello, Rumble Bros. I will try to pay better attention to you. I say that every single time and I fail, but still, I'll try. However, I will do the Belfast situation secondly part of stream. There'll be like the other half of stream because there are some pretty gruesome images from what has happened, and well, really what happened what really got Belfast started, to be fair. And YouTube doesn't really like that kind of stuff. So we're going to kind of like push it off, and not really push it off, but we're gonna, put it in the middle of stream so YouTube is not as aware of what's happening. We gotta be a little bit, safe on this kind of stuff. Besides, I'm all as a man. True. I'm an Indian man. Well, technically Blasian, okay? Got a little bit of black, I got a little bit of Asian, I got a little bit Indian too, because I like my shitting out my curry. I do have a 12-inch dick, though, that's 3 inches wide while flaccid. I do have that, as well. I don't know how I got that between the Blasian Indian mix. Do you think the Asian and the Indian part will make my dick smaller? But I guess the black part came out more. I guess I wanted that, course. Regardless, I will rape you with my Blasian Indian dick. So. Jamal, goodbye. Does that mean you'll take accountability? Of course not. You have the black part of me that doesn't matter. I didn't do nothing. You got the Indian part of me that has to protect my Izzat. And you have the Asian part of me, and I don't know what Asian it actually is anymore. It's definitely not Japanese, because they're the honorary Aryans. And it's not the Chinese, because they're racist as fuck. So chances are it's like, Filipino, or something along those lines. Some sort of like Southwest Asian, the one of the darkies too. It really makes me into a horrible mutt. I also have to filter any newcomers. Southeast, yes, southeast, not southwest. Did I say southwest? I thought I said southeast, but I don't know the words coming out of my mouth. 99.9% of the time, the 10 of my time, yeah. Wait, 12? It has shrunk! It's flaccid. Imagine how big it is when it's rock hard. Jesus Christ. Have some faith in me. Amal, are you do not redeem? Yes, do not redeem. Do not redeem here, okay? Do not be racist. I am the perfect tiny hat mutt that they want to make. Everyone's is gonna be the same shit skin color. When we take over the world, one race, the human race, after all. And you have a pair of draconic wings coming out of your place where your tail should be, with a tail coming out of your bunhole. Thinking. Big brain time figuring out what kind of amalgamation I actually am. New follower. Hey, yo, we're already talking about being hard. Why, of course. Dick's out for Harambe. We literally just celebrated the anniversary of his death a couple weeks ago. To make fun of George Floyd. That was fucking hilarious. You know? Come on, come on. Let's get it together. Get it together, folks. Catch up with the times. Let's be honest, Amal can't do a proper Pajit accent if it killed her. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really bad with accents. But if anything, you know, it helps me sleep at night how bad I am with accents. It actually proves that I'm light, right? Like, I have been mostly sheltered from the monstrosities of the third world. And so the fact that I can't do a good accent shows that I truly am white after all. Or at least, so I claim, with my voice changer. Although you're not as bad as me, I'm Mexican, literal a mongrel ethnicity. My mom is named Wes, and my brother looks like a Cali bro. Me, tall and brown as fuck. I am so sorry. See, like, not to get like too spicy at the very beginning of stream, but I feel so bad for mixed people. Like, we still have to answer the mixed race question, which we can save that for a later date, because YouTube wouldn't like that so early in stream. But there's definitely a question, like, if you mix races, you're just asking for your child to suffer for the rest of their life. They will never actually be part of any group together. And you're also lowering their IQ, unless you mix them with Asians. But even then, the Asians are really fucking racist. They are extremely racist, including towards white people, and so they'll cast them out. The best luck is to actually have the white people accept them, but they still, and for the most part, they will. But like, that's once again with the Asian aspect of things. Anything other than that, and it's gonna be like gritting teeth to be able to actually accept them together. It's definitely a conundrum that the tiny hats have pushed upon us, and there's no real solution to handle them exactly. But that's not here or there for today's stream, for at least this early, at least this 30, you know. Amal, you're not a hamburger Mexican? I thought you're gender fluid. Well, of course I am gender fluid. I'm everything. I'm an amalgamation. I'm an amalgamation. What part of Amalgamyte do you not understand? I'm everything you could possibly want me to be. Gender fluid, Blasian Indian, a man, let's see, Mexican, let's see, a tranny, fat, scrawny, whatever you want me to be, that's what I am, because I am nothing but parts thrown together and to be some weird conundrum that falls apart as soon as you touch it. It's great. Amal, what do you think of bleaching? You're fucking retarded if you think of bleaching actually exists. But once again, that's I'm okay getting into these topics, but that usually needs to save for later this stream, because YouTube really cares about what you say for the first like hour of the stream, and so you need to be a bit careful with what the topics actually are. So I'll just leave it at that. You're a trash can now. Told you. Bleaching is better than letting a non get the girl? What? What are you talking about? Because bleaching implies that the girl's already a non. So, like, the nons should stay with the nons in Liberia, or China, or South America, where the fuck they are, really, does not, you know, the Western world. Bleaching implies a white guy, you know, trying to give, mixing, and trying to pass on white genes that are recessive to a non. Like, usually the non genes are not as recessive, and that's why you have the fucking mutations that you have. It's a retarded concept. Okay, I need to be very careful. Here. Isn't it better not to mix? Exactly. Okay, so would bleaching you be good then? Well, of course, but that's because I'm the exception to the rule. Sar. Okay. Leo, I always side with white people because my family is white. I talked to cousins in Italy, and yes, Asians are hilariously racist. I live in Malaysia. White supremacists aren't even in the Bronze League. Yeah, see, like, well, at least the white people are accepting for now, but that's changing with time. And Mexicans just stay with the Mexicans. uh, but it does work. Just look at Sargon. After multiple generations, it's not fucking worth it. It's not fucking worth it, and it still takes much longer for it to be subsided to raise him back up to the level he should be. Like, why would you want to sacrifice your lineage? Like, why would you want to sacrifice your ancestry? Why would you want to sacrifice your child's IQ? Because it does lower whenever you mix, unless it's with an Asian. Why would you want to sacrifice your kid to basically have a whole bunch of health problems? Because when you create mutts, they can't get bone marrow transplants or blood transfusions because neither parent can actually be a match because they're so distant from the actual parent or the parents, even though they're supposed to be, you know, half and half. But because they are different races, it creates a whole different breed where it's almost impossible for them to actually find a match. For any health related issues there. Like, why would you want to risk that for your child just for a few generations later for them to hopefully be bleached? Like, it's not worth it. Just stay within your fucking race. Like, it's retarded to try to defend this in any way, shape, or form. It's not that hard. So, like, well, I can't get too spicy early in stream. Also, well, I'm sorry. I'm getting. I can't exactly hold back because, like, if we talk about it, then chat wants to add to it, then I want to, like, talk to chat and then just listen. I don't have a frontal lobe, okay? I can't think 15 seconds ahead. I act on impulse. So here we are. Anyways. Anyways, before we get a bit too far into this topic, at least more than we already have, for some shameless self promo here, for those who are wondering what happened to Monday's stream, I did a Click exclusive stream, to celebrate my 1-year anniversary being permabanned off Twitch, and unfortunately, Kick has DMCA rules, which I did not realize until it was a bit too late. And so the first half of the VOD had to get deleted. And so now it's on Rumble. There's only a little bit of irony in there, just a little bit. And so if you missed it, the first part is actually on Rumble if you want to see. We talked about various news stories, did some reacts, listened to some misogyny, basically a whole bunch of like random stuff like we normally do. With the news and politic. And then the other part of the stream is still on Kick, except Brave is a little bit gay and doesn't like to actually show the Kick page, so I can't show that part. But if you missed it, it is there on Rumble and then also on Kick. Anyways, oh. Classic MO, yeah. Well, I was being a little bit looser on Kick because it was Kick exclusive, and it's not as free as Rumble, but it's freer than YouTube, and I didn't realize about the DMCA stuff on Kick. So I know people have watched like Breaking Bad and like other movies on it, but I think Kick is starting to lock down a little bit because now they're trying to push advertisers. Like, I'm looking at my backend right now, and it says automated ad break enabled. And I think they're starting to get ads on there, which I hope that Subby Bubbies are a way to help, skip the ads. I guess it's a matter of time because Kick is growing. So I'm curious to see how harsh the TOS will be down on Kick if they're actually bringing in advertisers now. It still seems better than YouTube by a long shot, and I still want to promote Kick, but they are becoming a little bit more established now. And so if you do see ads on Kick that is outside my control, that is a new feature. Literally is in beta. Like, I'm looking at the back end right now, and there's this advertisement beta. So it looks like that's in the works at the moment. There. So, Hmm. Kick's about to kill itself with constant ads like Twitch. Well, Twitch is still relatively successful. It's going into the gutter, but it's still relatively successful. YouTube obviously has ads. I think Rumble has ads too. Rumble's a little bit weird. They mostly try to host the ads on the creators themselves, which I find there. So like every platform has ads, unfortunately, and usually and then you have to pay basically to get rid of the ads. Like they all do it now. It's unfortunate, but it is modern day internet, and Kick is starting to basically join that. I can't sadly blame them for it. I'm more concerned about how they're going to handle their TOS now they have advertisers. Might have to switch back to YouTube if ads get in here on Kick. Well, at least ad blocker helps on YouTube. Or like I said, they'll probably use Subby Bubbies as a way to get rid of ads, like Twitch does with theirs. And well, how do I say this without sounding too much like a tiny hat? But I'm not like, I like Kick because it doesn't have advertisements, but like because like I said, pretty much everyone does, and Kick is still a better platform. I'm okay with supporting through Subby Bubbies if that's the case. But obviously that depends on how they'll utilize their TOS for these advertisers and what else they also do to possibly bog down the website, which will make things a little bit more complicated there. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, as long as everybody don't get ads. Exactly, right? Exactly. Like that's normal modern day internet for the past, what, 10 years now? I'm not saying it's great, but it's typical, you know? I like it because Rumble comes in with a 5 to 10 second delay. Yep, same with YouTube. YouTube has also like a 10-second delay as well. Kick is literally like a millisecond difference. So I guess we'll have to wait and see how things go when it comes to this. But anyways, enough about me and promoting myself. Would you like to get into the news today, chat? Because we have 2 very big spicy stories. The first one, for my fellow Amerikanskis and I, Karmelo Anthony has been sentenced to 35 years in prison. Thank fucking God. As soon as he got the white jury, which actually is not all white jury, fun fact, but there's no blacks on the jury. As soon as that happened, I knew that would be pretty I knew he was basically screwed. Because, which is good. Because blacks will literally vote for their own. When they were interviewing for the juries, every single black one that they did, which they went through quite a few hundred of the interview for the jury trial, right? Every single black was just like, oh, I don't want to put her brother in jail. Oh, he just looks like a baby boy. He didn't do nothing. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Like, they literally did that. And so needless to say, no blacks made it in because they didn't have the 15 seconds to think ahead to lie. Unlike the Derek Chauvin trial from years ago with Black Lives Matter, which granted a little bit different time period, but there was a couple blacks on the jury trial for Derek Chauvin, and one of them was smart enough, had a high enough IQ from assuming the race mixing, to realize that he needed to lie to get in. And when they interviewed him, he literally said, "Oh, I don't know anything about Black Lives Matter. I don't know anything about George Floyd. I've completely lived in Iraq my whole entire life. Trust me, bro." And then he went on the jury, was a huge Black Lives Matter activist, peer pressured the other juries and used their white guilt against them. And then Derek Chauvin got thrown in life in prison, basically. And then literally the next day after the trial was over, he went and did interviews bragging about how he infiltrated. And here we are all these years later, and no mistrial for Derek Chauvin. He's still rotting away. Yeah. But apparently the blacks here in Texas weren't that smart to do that because they were actually honest about it, which I'm grateful for, frankly. It's just funny. And well, they weren't able to save him because now he's got 35 years in prison. Now, of course, a lot of people are saying, oh, okay, well, you know, he should get the death penalty. And trust me, I wish he would be able to get the death penalty too. But unfortunately, he was 17 when he stabbed Austin McCaff, which meant that, you know, he can't actually get the death penalty for that. They basically tried him as an adult, but since he was 17, still no death penalty for him. honestly, he should have gotten. Well, the thing about life, if I remember correctly, because I'm not a lawyer, right? But if I remember correctly about life in prison, it's not actually your whole entire life. It's just a really fucking long time where it basically is life. So 35 years, if you're like, let's say 20 or 30 years old, is basically life in prison at that point. Also, he can get half that time if he's been a good little boy and can get out on parole for that. So that 35 can be shaved down to 17, which is still a lot, but still too little for murdering a white boy in cold blood. But hey, at least he's rotting in jail instead of being released back on the streets like all the other like 70 plus times arrested and was that commit crimes themselves. It could have been 99 years. I wish. I fucking wish. Who cares? Just changed a lot. I also wish that too. It was great. I saw somebody on Twitter, basically like somebody was like, excuse me, sorry, was like, oh my god, oh, like the death penalty is just so expensive. There's no point in trying to push for the death penalty, blah 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 blah. And one of the people I follow quote tweeted it saying, oh, it doesn't have to be expensive. Just as soon as he gets acquitted, not acquitted, as soon as he gets sentenced, just take him out back the courthouse and shoot him. And I was like, ayo, beast. That would be a very effective way. But then, of course, the moral, I need to say, I want to say the F word. I need to be more clever than that. The moral, saints would come in. The moral gays would come in and be like, well, what if he's actually innocent? What if the trial was wrong? There's new evidence found like 50 years later. And it's just like, well, unfortunately, I know that happens, right? And it would suck if he actually did get the death penalty and if it's actually an innocent man. But here's the thing, that is very far and in between. In fact, we have the opposite problem here where we're not actually sentencing properly for the crimes that are very clear cut, as we can see here, as well as like the Rena Zarutska killer, for example. Like, he's about to get out on fucking insanity charges. Like, we have a problem with not sentencing properly. So the few people that accidentally are innocent and get the death penalty, I'm not too worried about that, frankly. Like, when that becomes the major problem, we can discuss it. But right now, we need to use the death penalty a little bit more liberally. So take him out back and shoot him. No black man has been found innocent. True and real. Also, that female gorilla, aka Jasmine Crockett, commented into this. She had to say the McCaff family never had to live in fear. Oh yeah, trust me, I have tabs. I have a tabs galore. Don't worry, chat. I am prepared. I have been collecting them for the past couple days. I'm horrible at tweeting, but I'm not horrible at bookmarking. Public squares existed for a reason. Bring back the literature and televise it. Oh, 100%. Like, the death penalty is a win-win in multiple different regards, right? Like, one, the fact that he's not existing, right? He's not living anymore. If even 35 years in prison, even he's rotting away, the fact that he gets 3 warm meals a day and a bed is too much for a senseless murder like this, or like rape, or anything like a serious crime like that. And in fact, we have a huge problem with career criminals purposely committing crimes to get arrested and thrown in jail, because it's better they are guaranteed those 3 warm meals on the bed in a relatively safe place, obviously prison gangs. But we treat our criminals much nicer than most of the third world does. Have you seen Filipino prisons before? I'm just saying. And obviously, like, Norwegian prisons are literally paradise, but that's a different story as well. So there's that aspect of it, versus they're just dead. Well, don't have to worry about that. And also the fact they get released, they're going to commit crimes once again. There's no such thing as rehabilitations for NWAs. You can kind of rehabilitate white people, sort of, kind of, but I have given up on my liberal belief of rehabilitation. Even back then, I wasn't like a huge fan of it, because it just didn't seem possible. Like, I like, even if they're like schizophrenic, they should go to like a mental hospital. Hell, even that they shouldn't even live at that point, because what's the point? Like, like it doesn't matter. They're a burden on the system. Like, they're never going to be like a benefit to society. They're always going to be a drain. Like, it doesn't make logical sense. Just take them out back once again. So there's that. Uh, and then the fact that helps disincentivize people to commit crimes because these NWAs only understand one thing, and that is violence themselves. So they have some sort of thing to kind of, stop them if they can think 15 seconds ahead enough. It helps a little bit. Only a little bit though, because even when we were using death penalty a little bit more liberally, they still had the 1350 statistics. But it will help help that I'm not using the right word here, but it will help disincentivize other groups for the most part, which still commit crimes, nowhere near as much as NWAs do, but regardless. So yeah, it's just a win-win overall, just to bring back the death penalty. And I know, like, I remember when I went to Catholic school, they're like, oh, the death penalty is so horrible, it's so cruel, God didn't mean for us to do this. You know, if we can't do an eye for an eye. And then there's somebody, I remember somebody made a whole presentation about how the death penalty is so much more expensive than it is if they just get life in prison. And I'm just like, once again, it doesn't have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. You can expedite this kind of stuff. Like, come on here. I'm okay with rehabilitation for people who can actually be rehabilitated for those crimes that are not overly severe. Not everyone can be rehabilitated though. Yeah. Like, if it's just like petty thievery, you might be able to actually rehabilitate them. It depends on the race and how frequently they do it, and various other factors. But it's not completely impossible for that. At least I believe. But you can't rehabilitate somebody for murder or for rape or for any serious felonies or multiple felonies at the same time. Like, it's just not possible. No matter what you do. And I'm frankly at the point where I am so extreme with my I do not care, where I just don't care if there's a possibility to rehabilitate at this point in time. We can bring in rehabilitation when the problems are solved and we've gone too far with the pendulum swinging, right? But we're nowhere near close to this right now. Nowhere near fucking close. It's the only reason why Karmelo got 35 years is because there was no blacks on the jury, and because it was just an open and shut case of just senseless murder. That's it. And also times have changed quite a lot. A lot of people actually have fatigue. And so versus like in 2021 with the height of Black Lives Matter and Derek Chauvin, where the juries, people who were on the jury, their houses were being painted in pig's blood with death threats. They remained doxxed 24/7. They had riots outside the courthouse every single day. Even though all the evidence pointed to Derek Chauvin just doing his job and actually following the police training, and the fact that it wasn't actually on his neck, it was on his base of his neck instead, where his shoulder blades are at. This doesn't matter. This does not fucking matter. There versus now in 2026, a lot more people are aware because the one good thing Black Lives Matter did was police body cams. And so even though there's no police body cams for Karmelo specifically, a lot of people have now seen, well, these are not innocent angels being, knocked down by the coppers. Do I have to blow my nose? I think I have to blow my nose. Give me a second. There we go. Oh, thank you, Zalaxon, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. Not sure if you can read this, although it's for foreign tyrannical govern. The IRA needs to be prepared to engage the poll if they show and make no-go zones. I would agree with that. I would agree. Well, we'll get into the Belfast situation after Karmelo, don't worry. I have some spicy little thoughts about the Belfast situation for sure. But anyway, thank you for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. By the way, this conviction isn't set yet. They've already filed an appeals case, so they might just get it flipped anyways. Yes. Yes, my next tab, actually. That there is now an appeal. Now, notice how the tarantula head is now gone? I like how they shaved it. I like how all the in-laws always have tarantula heads. And it's a warning sign to stay away. Now it's gone. Now he's a good Christian boy now. But let's listen to the Fox News clip about the appeal here. I don't think it will go through because from the other reports about the trial, it's pretty much like locked in stone what people think. But obviously, the appeal will go to a different court and with probably different jury or a different case. I heard rumors that the judge that was on this trial is actually retiring, so I mean it's not impossible, but.
Breaking moments ago, Texas teen Karmelo Anthony plans to appeal his murder conviction in the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet last year when they were both 17 years old. The jury sentenced him to 35 years in prison. Metcalf's father, Jeff, giving an emotional victim impact statement during the sentencing hearing. Quote, "The public response sickens me, especially when a gag order doesn't allow me to defend my son. This was never about race or politics, but what you did was to choose to make it about both."
But the thing is, it is race and politics, though. At 100% is. Like, the father has been annoying from the very fucking beginning. And a part of me feels a little bit bad because, like, he did lose his son, but he has been cut from the very get-go. Like, when Austin got stabbed last year, he made his whole entire speech about how it's not race and, he feels bad for the family. He even tried to go to the press conference where Carmelo's family was doing it, and he got kicked out of it and because they didn't want him here because it is, once again, a race issue. But he was still just rolling over, and so he could be like just like a turtle, like waving his little paws in the air, being like, "Oh, it's not about race. Oh my god, please, 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 please." Meanwhile, the mother and the son, Austin's twin brother, had like one interview, and they shat on the father. And they didn't exactly say it was race, but you could tell they were very upset about the father's statements and how he was acting because the parents are divorced. And needless to say, they were never seen again. And now you can make like there's definitely the argument that his father has been paid, either paid off or threatened by the police to say this because. And any time there is a racial attack, and it always is a racial attack, because nuns will always go after white people. Whoever the family is always have to make a statement saying it's not a race to try to like help die down the fires. Uh, including the Belfast one, we'll get into later. Um, and we already know, like it's already been confirmed that the police and the government forces them to do this because of that. But with McCaff's father, it almost seems like a little bit too much. Like it's one thing when they make one statement, say it's like, oh, it's not about race, please, daddy government, don't hurt us situation. But McCaff's like dad just constantly was putting himself in the line of fire. Like he a genuine boomer believer of this fucking bullshit. And here he is again, making a statement. Don't hear anything from the mother or his twin brother. And once again, it could just be the police, putting the target on his back by doing this. But it's just too much. Like it is race. It is racial, 100%. NWAs can get away with murdering whites. Arena's killer is about to get away with it. The right things are going. And every single day, there's a news story of an NWA just murdering somebody or raping them. One or the two. Sometimes both. Every single day in the whole entire Western world. In America, Canada, UK, etc., etc. And nothing happens to them. And they know nothing happens to them. This is why they do it. They have no impulse control. They can only think 15 seconds ahead. They have no frontal lobe. They can just get away with murder. Literally. It is 100% racial. And there's no other way to put it. And then you have the supporters of Karmelo saying he didn't do nothing and trying to act like he's the victim. And trust me, there are a lot of fucking clips that I have in my mountain of tabs to go over this. It's racial no matter how you want to divide it. We cannot hold hands and sing kumbaya. We don't live in a colorblind society. You can try your best, Whitey, to be colorblind, but guess what? Color sees you, and they will kill you.
We all bleed the same color. You are free to make choices all your life, but you are not free to not face consequences.
We might might bleed the same color, but we don't have the same brain development. We don't have the same skeletal development. We don't have the same skin color. We don't actually have the same blood. Believe it or not, there's a reason why blacks are more likely to get sickle cell anemia. There's a reason why you can't do bone marrow transplants between races. There's a reason why when you mix race, the parents can't do bone marrow or blood transfusion for the kid because they're such a mutt that they're not completely related to the parents, despite being born from them. So yeah, well, just because we bleed the same color does not make us the same thing. A wolf and a dog are both canines, but they're not the same thing. A tiger and a lion are both, big cats, but they're not the same thing. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. It does not fucking matter.
Correspondent Brooke Taylor reporting live from McKinney, Texas, with the latest. Hi, Brooke.
Hi, Martha. We just got word that Anthony's legal team has filed that notice of appeal, but just seconds ago, we wrapped up an interview with the district attorney and the lead prosecutor on the case. I could tell you they are extremely confident with the verdict here. There was no cameras in the courtroom, so it's our first time really hearing from them. Take a listen to what they told me their reaction was.
Just relief. Relief that 12 members of our community, the jurors, saw it the same way we did, that this was murder, plain and simple, and then they saw punishment like we saw it, that he needed a lengthy prison sentence.
I was relieved. I thought it would be murder, but until you hear it, of course, a jury can do whatever they want as long as they're following the law. So I was relieved for the family, mostly.
And the jury sentenced Karmelo Anthony to 35 years behind bars for fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf during a high school track meet. Both the DA and lead prosecutor told me they were satisfied with this sentence, even though Anthony faced up to 99 years behind bars.
He should have gotten all 99 if he wasn't going to get the death penalty, frankly. But at this, he mentioned that the jury can do whatever he wants, or whatever they want as long as it's a legal thing. And honestly, I'm getting to the point where I'm not a fan of juries. Oh, I haven't been a fan of juries for a while because it's not a jury of your peers anymore. When you have mixed race juries, it's not possible for it to be a jury of your peers. I've already went into how the NWAs love to defend their own, but the case, anchor preference case works for Asians, works for Mexicans, and it works for all races as well. Like even within other Asians, like there's race there. And I know India is not exactly the best example because it's India, but a lot of these places which are multicultural have actually abolished their jury trials because it has proven so unfair because of the anger preferences. Because like India is a big fucking subcontinent with, even though they're all fucking shithole Indians, there are so many differences between them that it's not possible to do so. And so I'm already like in favor of getting rid of jury trials because of that. But like at the same time, like with like I keep on bringing the Derek Chauvin up one because it was just the most egregious case of a mistrial. But like there were some white people on that jury and they were pressured out of white guilt. Between the Black Lives Matter member in there and just the death threats they were receiving and everything else that they were dealing with, and also the height of the times with all the riots that were happening. It's not actually a fair trial with the jury. They can make a case, well, in this case, it worked out in the end with the jury trial. But it's just like, it's so easy to sway these people that I feel like it almost be better just to have the clear and cut evidence being presented to a judge, and that's it. Now, obviously, the judge can be paid off and swayed as well because they're human and it's not perfect. But it's like when you give it to more, it's like democracy. Like your vote gets diluted, and you just allow it to. You're entrusting your life more or less to people who don't know you and don't care about you. They're supposed to be unbiased, but everybody has biases. And it just seems really risky to do so. Like I'm not exactly a fan of democracy in that case. So I'm not doing a good job articulating my thoughts. I can tell here. It's just that the more of these cases that come up, the less I just like it. It worked out very well in the end with this Karmelo. He should have gotten more than 35, but 35 is better than nothing. Obviously, it's better than actually being let go. But I just don't like jury trials anymore. It's the activist judges you want to be wary of. Those folks are scum. That's true. Like obviously, if it just goes down to judges, there's problems there. So there's, I guess it's just there's just no perfect system. And that's the frustrating part because even if I'd be like, oh, I don't like juries, and it's like, well, activist judges exist. And like, oh, fuck yeah, you're right. How could I forget? And it's like, well, I don't like those either. It's just, it doesn't seem like there's a good way to handle these things anymore. Void rain. I mean, true. Juries don't work at their bias. Judges are bad if appointed by Soros. No winning. We just need a size power. True. Or you mean seize power? Also true. Both of them, really. Thank you, not Mananak, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will literally never live in a colorblind society, and this is coming from someone who grew up in the 90s? Well, yes. Like, excuse me. I think, not Mananak, you're aware that the 90s weren't even colorblind either. Like, the whites were still a majority in the 90s, but were quickly being displaced, as we can clearly see. And there was all this Hollywood propaganda showing that, oh, NWAs are peaceful creatures, having Will Smith actually try to be funny and various things like that. But there were still plenty of race riots shown there. It's just, it wasn't shown on the news, because the mainstream media is the mainstream media, and they didn't have the internet to pass things around like we do nowadays. And so if he just were believing the propaganda, which a lot of people did back then because there's nothing else to go based off of, well, you would actually legitimately think it was a colorblind society, but it wasn't, because color was always seeing you. Race will always exist. We are not all one race, the human race. Like, you can literally tell the difference just by looking at them. Like, if you look at albino blacks, you can tell that they are black, even if their skin color is technically white, just by looking at them. And there's differences there. And if you don't think it's gonna affect how they act, then you're completely fucking wrong. I mean, pit bulls have a history, are notorious for being very violent dogs. Meanwhile, shepherds, like the Australian Shepherd or Border Collies, are known for being very playful herding dogs that just naturally go based on their instincts to herd animals by default. Even the young children, they do so. Pit bulls, on their hand, oh, they like to eat young children for breakfast. And they're still dogs, right? They're still pets. And, people get different breeds depending on their needs, right? I mean, for fuck's sakes, I have a Chihuahua. My dad's got a German Shepherd. They're both still technically dogs, but they act very differently in a lot of ways. You don't think the same goes around for humans? But yeah, that's all thanks to the tiny hats, anyways.
They also said that they were prepared for Anthony to take the stand, and they hoped that he would. Now, I asked what they believed the strongest piece of evidence here was. They both pointed to the surveillance footage. Despite being grainy and shot across the field, they said it reinforced their argument that Anthony wasn't surrounded, and this was a one-on-one confrontation, despite the defense's self-defense claim. Now, the lead prosecutor told me the national spotlight, it definitely added pressure, but he said they had to tune out that noise, and some of that noise played out in the courtroom. Martha, he told me that race was certainly not a factor, and have people actually pay attention closely to this case and hear what the witnesses had to say, they would know that.
Brooke Taylor, thank you.
Which technically there is an argument that race isn't a factor, right? If you just wanted to go like plain black and white, okay, not trying to make a pun there, but you just want to go plain black and white details, it's a very open and shut case of just murder, right? Carmelo Anthony was not where he was supposed to be. Like, he's not even the school that he goes to. He wasn't even there for a track meet. He's just there because he wanted to be there. The tent was specifically for the track members there. Even though it was raining, it doesn't mean he actually has the right to sit there. He could have sat in the stands with everybody else if he really wanted to watch it. He was asked to leave 15 times, and a shove does not equal stabbing for escalation purposes. And now a young boy has been killed. Like, it's a very much a open and shut case to just plain senseless murder, no matter how you cut it. You technically don't actually have to include race within it, if you want to have a proper trial in that case. The problem is, it actually is about race, because only NWAs will escalate from a shove to a stabbing within seconds. The whole conflict was only a couple minutes long. Like, I remember reading the police report last year when this all went down. And I don't remember. I'm not gonna pretend to remember all the details, but it was very quick, very very quick how this all occurred. And that's where the racial part comes in. But if you just want to just look at the facts of the matter, you don't really have to. Technically, it's just that line of thinking will cost you your life because, well, 1 in 3 black men are felons, by the way. And rich affluent in-laws actually commit more crime than the poorest of whites. The 1350 statistic is not a mean for a reason. It's actually closer to the 1370, 80 roughly, if you do the proper math. Like, and you can even look at the ages where like prepubescent in-laws, young in-laws, will commit more crime than the other races as well, statistically. It's very much a race matter, which we need to address as a society and bring back segregation. But if you just want to go for the case, technically you don't have to. In the 13s, like 1 to 3%. Oh, not even that. Not even that. Black women commit more crime than the other races do. Black women commit more crime than white men do, actually. It's just their crime is usually not rape and murder. It's usually like thievery and various other more petty crimes. So they still commit more crime than white men do. It's actually horrible. um, Closer to 1460 or higher? No, yeah. Well, 13's about the population size, right? But then the 60 is supposed to be how much crime they do in total. That's the per capita argument. The reason why I say they do about 70 to 80, is because of, well, of a few things. One, you're going based off government statistics, and the government is going to be the best way to kind of figure out statistics on these matters, but it's still not going to be perfect. They're going to fudge numbers, especially when Biden was in power. He actually allowed the major cities to not have to report on crime based on racial statistics like they used to be able to do. I don't know if Trump has changed it back to what it was supposed to be, but I do know Biden stopped that from happening. Then there's also the fact that this is happening before Biden, where people have been labeled as white when they get arrested, even when they're very clearly not white. I know they do it for Arabs and Mexicans, which you can maybe make the excuse that they're so light-skinned that they can be considered right, even though we have categories for them. But it's also happened with in-laws too, that are darker than the night sky, just being labeled white. So when you add that all kind of together, it makes much higher than 50 to 60. It's much more higher than that when you start adding in those little factors at hand. And actually lowers the percentage of white crime too, because once again, the Mexicans and the Arab are being labeled white as well. It's not really in their favor for being nuns. Black women are more violent overall than white men, for crying out loud. Also true. Also true here. Thank you, now Manadak, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. Yeah, you opened my eyes on that. I'm glad, I guess. Always makes me feel weird when somebody's just like, yeah, you made me more radicalized. And I was just like, how did a dumb fucking void in the middle of nowhere make you more racist or radicalized on various things? On one hand, I'm kind of glad because, you know, we need to kind of wake up on these issues. On the other hand, it's just like, damn. Yeah, I know, I think the population got higher. Admittedly, the 1460s from 2023 or something, so a bit old. It's not that old if it's 2023. But it is pretty bad. It is pretty bad. I drive 30 miles to a grocery shop because the closest grocery store is in the Nor part of town. I understand that. I'm sorry about that, my dude. Being honest works wonders. I guess that's fair. I guess. Like, I try not to, like, censor myself as much as possible. Obviously, I do to a certain extent because I'm on YouTube and various things. But, I do try to not sugarcoat. Like, I'm not here for the normies. I'm here to just vent and just say whatever the fuck it is. And, you know, try not to fly too close to the sun where my wings melt off. In the meantime here. But anyway, enough about me. Before he actually got charged with the 35 years here. Here were a little bit of some details from the trial before he actually got his sentencing. They're on standby as the jury continues deliberating. Okay, that doesn't matter. In addition to murder, the judge is allowing jurors to consider the lesser charge of manslaughter. Obviously, that didn't go through, thank God, but that was a possibility. Which it would have been retarded because it was very clearly murder. Like, he pulled a knife on purpose because he's an N.W.A. During closing arguments, the defense focused on self-defense, arguing Austin and Hunter had the right to tell Melo to leave, but they did not have the right to use deadly force to make him leave. Melo had an absolute right to self-defense against him. Melo had an absolute right to defense himself against that. So apparently, the defense is thinking a shove is a deadly force. Yeah, a shove is not deadly force. I can maybe see the scenario where we shove someone hard enough they fall to the ground and crack their skull open. Maybe. But if it's just a typical shove, not very. That's a brawl. That's a fight. We're going obviously it's an escalation, but it's not deadly force there. You know what is deadly force? Stabbing a kid. That's deadly force. The prosecutor told jurors the case comes down to one simple point. You don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove. That equals murder, plain and simple. 100%. He was not supposed to be there, and not the same school, not the right tent. He could have been sitting on the sidelines. Don't have to actually, like, if there's escalation rules, doesn't fucking fit. The defense also argued Metcalf was bigger than Anthony, telling jurors, these guys are much bigger than you. Do you turn your back and walk away and take a chance with these teenage boys with their raging hormones? Yes, because unlike N.W.A.s, white people have a frontal lobe to think 15 seconds ahead and actually control their emotional regulation. And so, if they're even angry with their raging hormones, they're not. If somebody walks away, like, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to charge after them. Like, these are good, like, top of their class, just regular guys here. Like, for all accounts, they are just your average goody mostly goody two-shoes, kind of, maybe a little bit of a frat boy, because, teenager, but guys, like, but they're more than likely they're not going to do that, and if they did, well, guess what, then it would have been self-defense, but that didn't happen. All they did was a bit of shove, a bit of yelling, and he got stabbed. So you're going based off a hypothetical that did not occur whatsoever. And more than likely, actually, if the white guy would have walked away, like Austin or Hunter or anybody else there, they would have been likely jumped and stabbed regardless. Like Chud the Builder, for example. I know some people will be like, oh, Chud the Builder's not a good example because he likes to say the N-word. No, he actually is a good example, because in the actual moment of that case, which you're actually going based off the ruling for here, he actually did walk away, right? He didn't actually instigate anything. He de-escalated by walking away. He didn't say the N-word, which even if he did, it wouldn't have mattered, but you could maybe make the argument that would have been escalation because it's a slur, but come on. White people don't give a shit about that. Asians don't give a shit about that. Indians don't have the strength to do anything about that. It's only N.W.A.s that really chimp out, you could say, about slurs. There. And he still got slugged over the head and beaten down by the N.W.A., who started the whole fight in the first place. So yeah, Chud the Builder actually is a good example of this. Here. It doesn't matter. Like, it does not fucking matter here. Prosecutors pushed back, arguing Anthony could have walked away when asked to leave. Size differential, it doesn't work in this case. You don't get to kill someone just because they're bigger than you. 100%. As Anthony could have just walked away, but he didn't. Got asked 15 fucking times, and he didn't. Got shoved. He could have just walked away. He didn't. He instead went to stab. It's murder, plain and simple. Imagine the prosecution statement was this about Karmelo, there'd be riots within minutes. Yeah. I'm curious to see if there's going to be any riots or not about the Karmelo case, because don't trust me, chat. I got a bunch of clips about the reaction to this by the N.W.A.s but since it is a Tuesday when this happened and now it's Wednesday, it's a weekday, I know N.W.A.s don't exactly work, but usually they kind of wait for the weekends. That's when the NGO funding gives them the bricks, the pallets of bricks to be able to do the damage. So we're gonna have to see what this weekend brings. Thank you, A-Man, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Aaron McRugger said it best. Cute characters can convey angry, radical political politics better and more effectively than some ugly news pundit. Really? I mean, it guess it kind of makes sense because people are very much based off attraction. And so they're more likely to listen to somebody if they find them attractive. And if they're ugly, they're not going to. So I guess that makes sense. I guess there's some benefits of being an anime girl, isn't there? Good thing I have a voice changer. I thank you, Cat Bear Curmudgeon, for the subby bubby. Thank you, my dude. It's Texas unless it's downtown Austin. It's not smart to riot. It's not gonna stop them. They're not gonna care. They'll just cry self-defense. Be like, oh, we're peacefully protesting, you know, mostly peaceful. No, we got shot for some reason. Oh, what's this tab? Oh yes, and speaking of good character, some details from the case as well. Last thoughts on Karmelo Anthony before he disappears for a long time. The defense only called 6 witnesses and arrested abruptly. The only person to speak on his behalf during the punishment phase was his mother. The defense didn't even think of preparing to testify on his own behalf. Which that part's really surprising. Here's the once again proving that the rich affluent blacks are still just as murderous as actually more from the violence than the poorest of whites. Because Austin McCaff comes from a upper middle class family before the donations even flooded in. Here. And so, does he not have the IQ to testify on his own behalf without making a fool of himself? Like, could they not have coached him to say what needs to be said? Is he that much of ghetto trash despite coming from the upper middle class family that he couldn't have done that? I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised because once again the statistics don't lie, but still, it just kind of shows how, or no matter how wealthy they are, right? No matter the quote-unquote good ones that rise from the ghetto, they will always be part of it. There. Additionally, there are no teachers, counselors, church members, etc. willing to discuss his character in court and plead for him to have another chance at life. Nobody could vouch he was a really good kid and was going to be a contributing member of society someday. The jury heard closing statements, deliberated, found him guilty, then completed the punishment phase all in one day. In other words, there's no way to adequately defend or humanize this animal. Yeah, the defense attorney was kind of ass, but at the same time, it's hard to tell with the defense attorney if they were actually bad, or it was just such a horrible case that they're just grasping at straws for literally anything and really couldn't find, well, anything in the end. Here. Like the other day on, I think it was Monday stream on the Kick Exclusive stream, I went over the fact that the defense was trying to use the fact that Austin impaled himself with a knife, and it was just a fucking hot mess there. Because it's just defense attorneys are kind of in a hard spot when it's a very open and shut case like this, a murder, because like how are you supposed to defend this person? Like all the evidence is clear as day that they committed the murder, but somehow because it's your job you have to try your best, and this doesn't really work out. There is no magic words, you know, there's no pulling the strings the defense lawyer can really do when all the evidence is pointing against you like this. You can do your best, but your best is going to be pretty ass when it's just impossible. Letting him speak would be game over? Possibly. Like, I saw something in chat mention that they usually don't actually allow that to happen. I'll actually let them speak, but like, it could maybe been something along those lines of, you know, oh, it was self-defense because this is my story, this is my truth, possibly, but just, yeah, it doesn't work out. This is why the defense often negotiates a guilty plea. But the thing is, that they tried to do it last year, but the Karmelo Anthony's family refused to do so because they wanted more money from the Give, Send, Go. GoFundMe. Donation sites. In fact, actually, where, oh, did I not put the tab? Aha, oops, I did not put the tab where it was supposed to be. But they had so much money, that other than getting a mansion and a new car, an Escalade, the mom also got a nose job. Here. This is before, this is with Karmelo on the football team. I don't know when exactly this was taken, but it can't have been that long ago because he was 17 and still in high school when the stabbing happened last year. This is her now. That nose is a much wider. Much wider here. Yeah. So, they clearly spent that money in various other places than the lawyer. So, any smart defense attorney didn't take cases like this. It was a dumb one. Likely it was a lefty. Oh, I mean, they have to get somebody, right? And they have to get paid regardless. You know, just most of the money did not actually go to the lawyer. So... thank you, Discreet, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. They crowdfunded a bunch of money, but still use a public defender to fuck? Did they actually use a public defender? I thought they actually hired a real lawyer for this, because one of the excuses for their give, send, go, was also for a lawyer. They just also used that money to buy a brand new house, and a car, and apparently a nose job. So... Oh, yeah, they did not use a public defender. Yeah, I didn't think so. They hired a former public defender. Okay, well, it's a former public defender. So, and now he's an actual, lawyer in that proper case. So, like, it doesn't really matter. He's former. You gotta get your start somewhere, right? I'm like 99% sure they actually used a real lawyer. It's just that they used the funds elsewhere first. There. And here is a video of Austin McCaff's twin brother, Hunter, basically just staring motionless into the camera, during the press conference. Yeah, you can tell he's a little bit upsetty. Just a little bit upsetty what happened to him. Remember, when this first thing happened last year, his mom and his twin brother, were very upset. Especially at the father for making the statements about the lack of race being involved in various and forgiveness and trying to get along with the Karmelo's family. I'm kind of curious what anonymous accounts his brother Hunter actually has online somewhere. I just kind of want to see the tweets that come out of it. So. Also, the supporter money has not been touched according to the website. That's what they claim, but then there's been multiple articles and reports talking about them buying a new house and a car, and that all happened pretty much immediately after that happened last year. Because I've been keeping up with the case of the story. They have been getting money from somewhere to buy all these fancy little things. So, I don't really believe them when they say they don't actually touch the money. Or clearly, if the claim is true, they haven't touched the money. Well, then they're getting it from someplace else because they didn't have it before. Now, did they? And the mom's gonna divorce the husband. Oh, they were already divorced last year. They divorced before this actually happened. So it's actually a miracle that the twin brothers were as stable as they were. Well, before one of them died. Isn't it kind of wicked too, sacrificing your kid for money via donations? I wouldn't doubt that parents don't care about the marshmallow is in jail, they just want the bag. Well, of course they do. Like, there's a reason why the stereotypes is that the NWAs all spend their money on sneakers. Like, they really can't think 15 seconds ahead. This is not a meme. This is not a joke. Like, it's been proven multiple times. Like, there is actually this lady that made a video last year that went viral. An African lady explaining what she called it African time, where it basically is just that they make time. Time is not a concept to them, more basically. They will do whatever they please. Because if it doesn't get done, it doesn't get done. That's future them versus like past them. There's no such thing as like the present. Actually, no, sorry. There's no such thing as future and past. There's only the present. Like, the person who existed an hour ago is not the same person who exists now. Like, they don't actually have a concept of themselves and how time actually, like, works with them either. It's insane how they think. And even African blacks with higher IQ than, you know... Sorry, African blacks, sorry. Even American blacks with higher IQ than the African blacks still have this problem with it, because you need about 90-95 IQ on average to have long-term consequences and second and third order effects. The average IQ of an American black is 85. They really can't actually do it. So... and now we're getting into the reactions of the verdict and, well, of the trial in general. It's kind of mixed together between before he got sentenced and versus after, but they're mostly the same. Supposedly, Carmelo Anthony's grandmother riles up the crowd, repeatedly screaming racist, bias, prejudice as she left the courthouse earlier today. Well, let's watch this, as a Michelle Obama put it, this quiet, demure, a black woman who hides her pain. But Michelle Obama actually says that black women have to hide their pain, and they're very quiet individuals. I'm not joking. Yeah, let's watch this woman do the exactly same thing. With the Michael Kors bag too! Oh my god! Sorry. Once again, I'm pretty sure that money did not go to the lawyer.
Racist, bias, racist, bias. And we got here. That a white person can hit a black boy and get away.
That's it.
Yeah. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
They send a message. Yeah.
We love y'all.
It ain't the end of the road.
We love y'all.
That's his uncle.
Racist, bias, racist, yeah. We know the truth.
She's fucking looping. She's fucking looping. I know she's trying to start a chant, but clearly it's not actually taking off. She's just looping at this fucking point. Which, for those who don't know, NWAs have this behavior where they short circuit from their 15 seconds of thinking, and they just repeatedly say the same thing over and over and over again. It's actually a word within the Urban Dictionary called black looping, because it's so common when they do this. She's doing the exact same fucking thing here.
Y'all done became my family too. Y'all done brought us too.
You did a good job. We seen everything. Riot, we got railroaded. I'm from Baton Rouge, I promise you. I know how it is. I moved out here from Baton Rouge. The same school.
We love y'all.
We love you.
We love y'all. We love y'all.
Y'all got
Hey, hold on.
That's the family. I gotta put y'all from my city. Hey, hold on. I got you. My Baton Rouge
We
people,
love
man.
y'all.
We love y'all. My Baton Rouge people.
Let 'em free
My Baton Rouge
Karmelo.
people. Hey.
Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo.
Free Karmelo. There's just look how many NWAs are here and just chanting the same thing over and over and again. Free Karmelo. Why? Because he's an innocent boy who didn't do nothing. I think not. I think not here.
Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo. We love y'all. I'm sorry. God got the last say so. God got the last say so. God got the last say so.
Notice how almost all these NWAs are super overweight too. Like I did a video on the pineapple Kool-Aid reaction kind of stuff here, and like for the most, like pretty much all the comments were talking about how disgusting it was. But then somebody was just like, well, I don't understand. It's just our culture. What's wrong with them putting pineapple and Kool-Aid together? Yes, it's disgusting. But like this is just unnecessary racism. And it's like, that's my tax dollars. That's why I'm racist. Because look how chubby everyone is. Now, obviously, we have an obesity problem in America just in general here. But my tax dollars are going to paying for their EBT and also for their Medicaid and Medicare for their diabetes as well. So yeah, that's where the problem comes in. Like every single like her herself is already quite chubby. Like is there a single actually like normal healthy weight person in this entire video? Like okay, we got a black dude who apparently goes to the gym, the whites, which I I don't know if they're actually supporting Karmelo just being there to actually just record what's happening. Because you don't really see them really, like, engaging that much. Almost all the women are overweight, especially some more than others here. It's just like, look at my tax dollars at work. Basically feeding these, like, leeches, these low life of the earth. Okay, once again, a black dude who was actually, you know, not overweight. But the women! And also some of the men, too. It's like, Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, Jesus Christ. Well, this is why we need to send them back to Liberia again. Then they can actually, you know, work for their food. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Do you want them more capable and smart? Not particularly, but no matter how much, lack of EBT that they get, like, they're never gonna be more capable and smart from it because their IQ is impossible to do so. Like, it just isn't worth that way. I just don't want them being fed my fucking tax dollars. They'll probably starve without them, to be fair. Did not know looping was a thing. Definitely observed it, though, Mayo. Yes, it is. It really fucking is. Oh, thank you, Ochigador, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Also, in the pineapple video, only the whites use utensils. Everyone use flatware. I didn't even realize it. Like, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, you're right. I mean, the Wiggers were definitely a problem regardless, because they're Wiggers. But they did actually use forks versus the N variant of Wigger. Were using their paws. Imagine my shock. No, some black people use forks. I don't remember that, but I'll trust you on it. There, cause I don't want to. You know, there's limitations to my racism, right? I don't want to be incorrect with my racism because it makes me look like a fool. I'm just thinking of the one lady that was in the bus, her going, "Oh the day, oh this shit fun," with her gorilla hands doing that. Like, oh my god. Oh. Anyway. Before the guilty verdict here, the family members of Carmelo Anthony assaulted Elijah Schaffer and his crew, which ignoring the fact that Elijah Schaffer is not exactly the most upstanding citizen. It's the point he's trying to prove is actually pretty accurate here. For they threw water bottles at him and threatened him with violence, and try to get him away from there.
Free Karmelo. You guys support Karmelo?
Oops.
Yes? Yes? We're just here with press just to record and talk to you guys and see what's going on. Okay.
Once again, notice how all the women are overweight and only the black dudes are relatively fit. Probably because they need to be fit for all the gang violence that they can perform.
Okay. Well, it's a free country. You're in public. You're in public. Okay. Okay. Well, you're in public. I'm just asking. Yeah.
Bitch, go!
Oh, Jesus Christ! Remember, these are innocent creatures that like to hold back their pain and be very quiet, according to Michelle Obama. Like, just like look at that face there, just staring daggers into the camera. Bitch, go!
Whoa. Hey, move the camera, bro. They don't want to. It's free speech. It's free speech. Why are you throwing stuff at us? Yeah, why are you throwing stuff at us? What the hell is that? All right, well, they're throwing water bottles at us while we're recording. By the way, there's signs right here that says, self-defense is not a crime. Carmelo Anthony should do no time. And there's also this sign right here says, hands off. And this sign says, we stand with you. I believe this is about Carmelo as well.
I like how this is self-defense when everything is proving the fact that it was not self-defense. whatsoever. But when it comes to Kyle Rittenhouse, which is another clear and cut case another clear and cut case, this time of actual self-defense, they believe that he should be rotting in prison because I can almost guarantee these NWAs here believe that Kyle Rittenhouse killed 3 black people because, and trust me here, chat. There are large swaths of the black community that legitimately believe Kyle Rittenhouse killed the 3 black men. I have seen the videos of them talking about that. It's insane. For the record, he did not kill any black men. Only one person died. Another person was shot in the arm. And one of them was a wife beater, one of them was a rapist, and one of them has sexual assault on him. No, actually, another one was a pedophile, if I remember correctly. So, next are the upstanding citizens. And they were trying to murder him with a skateboard when he shot them. That is 100% a case of self-defense. But so you see constantly with this Carmelo Anthony case trying to compare him with Kyle Rittenhouse, being like, oh, well, if Kyle Rittenhouse can walk free, then so should Carmelo, self-defense, blah, 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 blah. They're completely different stories.
And you'll see a picture right here of Carmelo Anthony. These are pictures probably from his Instagram. Self-defense is not a crime. So that's basically with the tensions being high here. You can see, I mean, we're not here to support anybody, but we're already having things thrown at us. Well, we don't have
going into the enclosure and expecting not to be harangued. I'm not a fan of doing the start things, to be honest. Well, that's the thing. That's the point he's trying to prove here. Is that with Carmelo Anthony, he was not supposed to be at that school. He was not supposed to be under that tent. And he was asked to leave. And he refused to leave and stabbed Austin. Here, Elijah Schaffer, despite not being the best, went to the tent. He is being very violently asked to leave, and he's walking away while still recording and not exactly, immediately walking away. There's a little bit of meandering here, but is he stabbing them in so-called self-defense or being asked to leave? No. Like, that's the point that he's trying to stay here. At least Elijah isn't actively provoking them like Chud was. Chud wasn't actively provoking really either. But, different story. Their logic says that Elijah could go inside the tent, sit down, and stab anyone who tries to remove him. Exactly, that's what he's trying to prove. Like, there's lots of reasons to dislike Elijah Schaffer, and trust me, I don't. I don't like him. But he's actually doing a good job by doing this, and proving the point. And here they are, yelling at him, threatening him, throwing water bowls at him, and he's not stabbing them in response. Also, this is not the Mud Shark. I saw somebody mention this. Apparently, this is Elijah Schaffer's girlfriend. Supposedly. She doesn't have a good track record either, but this is what happens when you're with Elijah Schaffer.
To do that.
Angry and upset. It's family members over there.
Okay.
So you're agitated.
Oh, those are family members.
You're agitated.
Okay, cool. We'll come back. Yeah, you're good. All right, well, we don't have to go, but basically...
At least she was relatively nice and respectful. It was a little bit weird that she was following him, but she was trying to kind of calm things down. But those family members are not exactly making a good point for themselves now, are they?
What you see here, the same problem you're going to see completely every single time is that people who support Carmelo kind of know he's guilty and he's going to go to prison. I would be kind of upset.
So, I will give Elijah credit where credit is due for this video. Also, the responses just in general have been great. Shocking video out of Florida shows a black man riding up to a white man and accusing him of being on the jury that convicted Carmelo Anthony before punching him despite being tried in Texas. We just got a white, I'm assuming homeless man, just sitting there, minding his own business. And trust me, chat, I don't like the homeless.
Hey, wasn't you on jury selection?
No, he wasn't. Man. No, he wasn't. Seriously. No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
He was on jury selection.
No, he ain't been on He's a vet, dude. He's a vet. He's a vet. He ain't been on jury selection.
I ain't worried about that.
Fuck you.
You gonna die.
Quit, dude.
You gonna die. This is in fucking Florida. The jury trial was in Texas. The stabbing happened in Texas. Why is this Enwell walking up to a white guy sitting there, apparently at a bus stop, and trying to punch him and saying you're gonna die?
You on jury? Wasn't you on jury?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
You on jury selection?
He wasn't.
You was on jury selection?
No, he wasn't.
Oh,
No, he wasn't.
not for Anthony, not for Karmelo Anthony. Oh. All right, my beat. I thought you was on jurisdiction for
So almost like, okay, this is so far we're 44 seconds. So like 30 seconds of this was that woman saying, no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He wasn't on the jury selection. It took until basically 44 seconds and he realized, oh, it's my bad. Sorry, I didn't realize it. After trying to kill him, like being, you're gonna die? In Jacksonville, Florida? When the case is in Texas? It doesn't make any logical sense. But then again, when your average IQ is 85, which remember, average is 85. That means there's lower than 85 that exist out there. Oh, well. Does it have to make logical sense?
Might be. Man, what?
Oh man, no, I'm wet. I don't know, maybe because you just assaulted somebody for literally no reason and he threw ice at you to get you to go away? Like, just... Remember, whenever somebody says it's not a racial thing, 100% is a racial thing. And they see white people to blame for every single crime that ever happens to blacks. And not even crimes, it's anything bad that happens to blacks in general. Slavery, being on welfare, existing... Sorry about that, chat. But they'll use whatever they can to justify violence, even if the justification doesn't even work. Why? Because they can. That's it. It'd be nice if we could be thrown in jail for this for recording, but chances are he probably won't because, well, that's how, unfortunately, the justice system works. I thank you for the bless you, chat. Sorry about that. He was mocking them to the very end? Yes. Because he knows he'll get away with this. Because he's black. That's why. That's simple. But going back to the actual case itself, here. Carmelo Anthony supporter says Carmelo should have killed Austin's twin brother Hunter as well. And the Carmelo group agrees with her, which remember, this is supposedly, well, this is back to the woman that looks like she's gonna murder you, and, like, not even in your sleep. Like, she's in like a gorilla mode right here. Like, her paws are almost to the ground. She's got the wide, chubby cheeks, the flaring nostrils, the dead eyes. It's like a gorilla just ready to charge at you. Here, supposedly, based off the Lida video, this is, like, from the family members of Carmelo. So clearly, it runs in the family. Literally, here. And supposedly agreeing with somebody saying, oh, Hunter also should have died as well. Yeah, but yes, free Carmelo. This is awfully quiet. My apologies. Let me start this over.
They should have both been arrested.
They should both have been dead.
I like how the guy just kind of like, they should have both been arrested. Like, knowing that the baboon, the female baboon, is going a little bit too far. Whereas remember, usually women have lower IQs than the men do. So, not looking good for them.
Both brothers. Both of them should have been dead. You ask me?
Both should have been dead, if you ask me. Well, thanks for submitting it.
Don't record me. I ain't asked you not to record me. Like I said. I forgot, and the twin brother would have been with him. Fuck you.
And then more supporters. What do I tell my 5 boys? What do we do now? I don't know. Maybe don't murder white kids for no reason?
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more.
Well, 1, I'm very curious to know if the 5 boys are all from the same father. 2, I also want to know how many crimes those 5 boys have done. And 3, tell them don't murder.
Can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin.
Let me ask you this right now. I hear.
What do you?
Like, this is so dumb. They're trying to make it out to be like Karmelo, some innocent angel that didn't do nothing, when he literally committed murder. Like they so honest to God believe that he is an innocent boy. They firmly believe it's self-defense, and they refuse to actually see logic and the truth behind it. And they want to just be perpetual victims here. But then again, they don't really care. She doesn't actually want to tell her 5 boys, not the, murder whites, because they actually really want to murder whites. Y'all want to play these games, fuck white lives, how about that?
White lives don't matter?
Fuck white lives. How about that? I'm saying that. Because y'all want to play these games. Y'all want to play these crackhead games, so I'm going to play them. Fuck white lives. How about that? How about that? I hate white people who act like pussies.
White people act like pussies. You want to know why? That white people, quote unquote, act like pussies to them is because we don't immediately escalate things into violence. They legitimately believe this. They like Indians have their that they have to protect no matter what. With blacks is a similar thing here. Like whenever they feel disrespected, they immediately have to correct it with violence. Because that's the only thing they can actually understand. And so white people trying to de-escalate, not trying to throw the first punch or the first stab, by walking away, by trying to talk things through, well, whatever the case is, by not actually going to violence first to solve their conflicts, that's why they consider white people pussies. Which is why they don't respect them. And if white people do try to push back in any way, shape, or form, maybe by saying the N-word, for example, because they get a little bit heated there, which once again, it's a word and an actual violence, they immediately take that as their calling card to, chimp out. Because everything goes by the lens of violence to them. Do these people are at most 12% of the population? Can they not do math? Do they understand numerical advantage? I'm sorry that you're behind on the times, but no, they literally cannot. They literally cannot understand per capita. That is something that you need about 90-95 IQ on average, once again, to understand. Their average IQ is 85. Average. That includes also that there's lower IQs within their groups as well. Also higher, technically. But when the average is 85, and then there's also lower as well, it's a good chunk of the population that literally cannot understand per capita, like whatsoever. Imagine not wanting to go to the jail. Well, you see, you have a family support or pets to take care of, or a life that you want to live, or a future family that you want to support here. They don't really care because they have baby daddies for a reason. And at least in jail, they're guaranteed 3 hot meals a day and a bed. You can't sadly get that on the streets, now can you? I thank you, Not Menedak, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. The Cool Kids Club hates me since I'm Catholic, but I'd much rather be around to clean this up. I thought you were referring to the Cool Kids Club in the Discord server. And I was like, wait, hold on a second. I know we have different denominations in the Discord server, but I was like, they're not going to hate you because you're Catholic there. But now I understand the actual, real Cool Kids Club. Yeah, well, that's just a Fed SIP these days, so we need to start a new one. This guy has balls of steel trying to go up to this end while there's a head higher than him to hug. Once again, trying to show that they're peaceful. Like, do the whole white solidarity thing. Like, be like, trust me, bro. Like, we're not pussies. We all want to get along, hold hands, sing kumbaya. And this black guy does not give a flying fuck whatsoever.
I'm holding this up. That's it. I'm just holding the sign. I'm just a guy holding the sign. You know why people are...
This is once again proving my point that I've said so many times on stream. Speaking of black looping, I fucking feel like I do that with all my streams here. But it just keeps on being brought up every single fucking time we have discussions like this. You don't see color. Color sees you. Like, it's that simple. No matter how much you want to have peace with them, you literally cannot. Because if this guy with the long dreads here had the chance, you know he would totally be stabbing him in the chest instead. It's that simple.
You're acting surprised because you're black and fuck with a white person. You know why they're just holding a sign.
I'll be honest, like, the last, 10 seconds of this, I can't understand anything anyone's saying. There's so much chanting and yelling and happening here. But clearly the peace talks are deteriorating in real time. Oh, and this infamous video of this black lady, holy shit. The caption for this one's hilarious. This might explain why fatherlessness is such an epidemic in the black community. Imagine waking up to this in the morning because you forgot to take out the trash the night before.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion here.
Just like Karmelo was doing. I'm glad you just said that. That's what Karmelo was doing. Protecting his motherfucking self. He said...
I can also barely understanding from the screeching. Just look at this. Look, once again, another black woman who's overweight. Seriously, if you take a shot every single time you see one from all these different videos, you're gonna become an alcoholic at best and be sent to the hospital for liver cancer at worst. And kidney failure. Just look at those facial reactions from this woman. Like, once again, chat, we are one race, the human race. We all bleed the same color here. Oh, there are no difference between us, the white European descendants, versus the descendants of African slaves. Jesus Christ. Do the normies really expect that they can live along with them? They have about a difference of 20 IQ. No wonder they can't see difference between a murderer and someone with the same color as them. It's because they're so fucking downstairs with the tribalism methods. And the whites act suicidal because they can't recognize blacks were like this. Yes. When you have such a deviation between IQs, you literally cannot discuss with each other. Because the smart person can't understand why the dumb person can't conceptualize the various concepts. And the dumb person gets angry and frustrated that the smart person is trying to explain things to them that they literally cannot understand. Oh my god, even more reactions here too. Thank you for somebody put this as James suggestion. We're not gonna watch the full thing because there's some overlap here, but there's also some that I don't have. Specifically from I forget who he was. He's like the I recognize him from last year. He was trying to be like the community member or something. He was trying to be like the legal representative for the Carmelo Anthony family before they actually got a lawyer. And he's back again.
On behalf of myself, Minister Dominique Alexander, I speak on behalf of myself as president of the Next Generation Action Network. The Next Generation Action Network wanted to respect this process, to be able to make sure that nobody said that the Next Generation Action Network obstructed this process, interfered in this process. But what this process did is shown that black lives do not matter in Collin County.
Well, maybe black lives would matter if he stopped murdering people senselessly.
It showed us that time and time in American history, it has shown us to remove emotions from get the law. It has
From get the law. Okay, well that was English there. Actually, no, from time to time it shows us again that there's a reason why lynches existed. Like, lynchings weren't actually all that common, but they were a good way for the community to handle cases of egregious murders and rapes versus going through the arduous trial system that we have. 9 times out of 10, they deserved it.
Shown us that black life is not safe in Collin County. It showed very clearly that a black boy was allowed, not one black soul on a jury.
Well, maybe those black souls shouldn't have straight up admitted that they could never convict the brother, and he looks like an innocent boy and he didn't do nothing. They literally said that when they were interviewing them for the jury.
All white jury. Black America should be very upset about what went on today.
Black America should be very upset for what happened today. Basically asking for a race riot. They want more fiery but peaceful protests that happened for Karmelo, an actual legit murderer. With George Floyd, they didn't have a case because he was a drug addict, who the whole reason why the cops were called up in the first place was a counterfeit $20 bill. But at least with George Floyd, there's a slight excuse for it because the camera angles really didn't make it look like he had his knee in the neck. He did not, by the way, but the camera angles made it look like that, so it really looked pretty bad, regardless of the situation there. Karmelo is not that whatsoever. He's just a murderer. He's just a straight up murderer. But Black should be very upsetty about this. We're not gonna watch the full thing here. I just wanted to go for this guy because I knew he had some sort of connection with the family here for being there represented when this first happened. Actually, but first off, let me give you the link to the video. Because this is somebody's actual video about reacting to this, so that's only fair. So there you guys go. There you guys go if you want to check it out. I don't know who this guy is. Well, actually, it kind of sounds familiar, but still. Credit where credit is due, after all. I'm just thinking. Oh, there's this, orangutan again.
Say his name! Karmelo! Say his name! Karmelo! When do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now!
It's like they're pretending that he's actually the victim here. Like he was, the victim actually being murdered. And then there's got this black guy there just dancing around. Just like this if this doesn't show civilization as a whole, I don't know what video does. You have a old boomer, white guy with American flag shirt just standing there very stoic with the monkeys chimping out and dancing around, making mockery of him, more or less, or at least trying to. Why is there no audio to this? Oh my god, what the fuck? Are they trying to do like some weird African tribal dancing too? Like down there below? Like, just like basically trying to grind on him? Is this like sexual assault? Like he's like not really touching him, but he's getting very, very close and like grinding on him. I know that, and putting his hands and where his dick's at. I know they have very high case of homosexuality among blacks, but still, this is just fucking gross. Absolutely fucking gross. Like, anyway, so enough about the bystanders here at the actual trial itself. Now we have some people on the internet, including some actual official people and their statements on what's happened with the Karmelo so far. So this guy is a founder and CEO at the Fanbase app. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't really fucking care. But he got community noted, and it's hilarious. The Karmelo Anthony verdict shows the justice system has reverted back to the Jim Crow South era. This is no longer about evidence. It's no longer about right or wrong. Actually, should I be doing this in a black scent? I should probably do this in a black scent. Hold on, let me get some water. Shit! And the Karmelo Anthony verdict shows that the justice system has reverted back to the Jim Crow South era. It's no longer about evidence. It's no longer about right or wrong. It's about rape and racial scar through the prosecution and imprisonment of black people. It was no surprise that an all-white jury would find a 19-year-old kid who was bullied and harassed by two 6'1" bullies guilty of murder while he was minding his business. Okay, this is turning less into a black set and more like some weird southern thing, but you know. Try my best. I need my purple drink. We've seen this story before. A young black man is put on trial, and somehow the burden shifts from what happened to him to why he should not have defended himself. The fact becomes secondary. I can't take this seriously. Neurons dying. Okay, sorry. We was Martin Luther's and shit. The artists become everything. The outcome freeze pill determined long before the verdict is read. The people will tell you not to make it about race, but race has always become a part of the story in America. The hard truth is that many black people no longer believe that they will receive the benefit of the doubt when their freedom is on the line. And the verdicts like this are exactly why. At some point, we gotta stop pretending that everyone is playing by the same set of rules. Because the people watching this case just saw something very different than what the jury claimed to see. Oh, way too coherent. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that... I'm not black enough for the accent. Okay, that was pretty good for a bit there. Okay, I'm glad that I tried. Maybe I should have, like... because I'm trying to read it, like, how's it actually supposed to be? I probably... Like, because the thing is, this guy actually typed it out, so he's probably one that's actually above 85 IQ. Here. And with, like, it's proper English and grammar, you know, got the commas where they're supposed to be, you know, the punctuation. And so, like, but regular Blackson doesn't actually have that. Probably, if it was regular Blackson, it probably would have been, like, ain't no surprise that all-white Jerry find a 19-year-old didn't do nothing, was bullied and harassed by two 6'1" bullies, guilty of murder while he was didn't do nothing, minding his business. Something like that here. But anyway, he got community noted with multiple different articles, including one from Reddit, surprisingly. Clarification. While the jury in Karmelo Anthony's murder trial had no black jurors, it was not all white. Reports confirm a diverse panel including white, Hispanic, Asian, and other jurors, e.g. 5 white males noted in coverage plus women of color. But no blacks, because remember, the blacks were like, well, we can't put a brother in jail. Needs more slurred words and mumbling. Oh, lordy. I don't know if I could do that. I mean, I slur my words and I mumble a lot as it is, but like, it's still like English, right? A young black man. I have like code words that get me into the accent more or less. Oh shit! A young black man is put on trial, and some held the burden shift. Okay, I can't do this. Okay, I'm gonna give up while I'm ahead. You got the southern accent, and that's as close as you're gonna get. Let me ask you a question. Regardless of my horrible accent trying to read this, of course it's once again supposed to be some sort of self-defense and Jim Crow racism. Well, it's very much not the case whatsoever. And it's unfortunate that the trial actually, even the jury was even filled with Hispanics and Asians and other jurors, including women of color. Because, I mean, it is Texas, so there's no surprise for Hispanics there, but just a friendly, not so friendly reminder that America is, at the moment, 55% whites, more or less. Some reports are lower, some reports are a little bit higher, but 55 seems to be roughly the average for how white America is. Keep in mind, when my dad was born, before the Hart-Stiller Act of 1965 passed, America was about over 90% white, more or less, between 90 and 95. When my dad, who's a little boomer, was born. And even in the 90s, we were still about 70 to 80% white. In the 90s. I know a lot of you guys were either alive or being born in the 90s. And now we're at 55. Once the boomers die out, that 55 will be dropping to in the 30s. I can guarantee you that because the boomers are 100% white. There are very few nuns that are boomers because most of the nuns would be black, left over from slavery, and they've almost all died out of diabetes and gang violence. There are very few elderly nuns that exist these days. So it's basically is 99% whites that are actual legit boomers raised in America that are alive in the 50s, or at least born in the 50s when boomers were popping out. So just want to keep that in mind. Also, about 1/3 of kindergartens enrolled in the year 2025 to 2026 were nuns. It's pretty fucking bleak demographically. Just want to keep that in mind, just for future reference. Thank you, definitely not a Frenchman, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. This is why I moved to Tennessee and I'm well armed. Tennessee has a lot of in-laws there, but at least it's very pretty. And they're mostly stuck in the cities because they love their concrete jungles. But yes, I don't blame you for that one bit for that. Just watch out. And then thank you, definitely not a Frenchman, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. Luke 22:36, always a malt. Uncle Ruckus was right. Well, with that, we can now don this P.E.P.E. hoodie, so I can be nice and warm and comfortable, even though it's hot as balls where I live. But the P.E.P.E. hoodie is always nice and comfortable, especially when you are chatting out like this. So thank you. And then let me look up the Luke 22:36 because I am too much of a door tipper to know it off the myself. Let's see. Luke 22:36 records Jesus instructing his disciples, but now if you have a purse, take it, and also a bag. If you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one. Well, chat. Take that as you will, because I think you're definitely going to need a sword for the upcoming future myself, personally. And then we have a former Dallas City Council candidate, Devontae Peters, calls to dig up Austin McCaff's grave, stab him again, and free Karmelo Anthony. Karmelo Anthony found guilty of murder, #free Karmelo. Just left the courthouse and any white person can get it for real. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it, dig Austin McCaff up and stab his ass again. Remember, this is supposedly a Dallas City Council candidate. Well, former Dallas City Council candidate, but clearly a doctor and engineer, you know, esteemed citizen of society that you totally want to be on your city council. And then Jasmine Crockett, who is a representative, showcasing her 85 average IQ, has made a couple of statements on what has happened with Karmelo. Remember, she's an actual official representative here, okay? Right? Like, okay. Well, these are both important in my opinion because all these videos of all these NWAs doing all these NWA things show that it really is basically all of them. Like 99.9% of them are part of the problem here when it comes to racial tribe identity, and it is important to point that out. But it's also important to point out when the official representatives that manage to get far enough to try to actually change law are part of the problem too. Because once again, it is 99.9% of them.
Black women, especially Black women who have Black male children, live in fear and agony every single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way.
The Black women that bred with other Blacks and don't have fathers in their home, with their Black sons that go out and rape and murder and commit more little NWAs to be free, that are paying for their junk food with my tax dollars, are paying for their health care on my tax dollars, that are paying for their housing on my tax dollars, that are clearly extremely overweight and very loud and disrupting society and committing multiple crimes, also on my tax dollars, have never, ever, have a horrible lives, much, much worse lives than the McCaff family, who, despite the parents being divorced, were still of upper middle class status, and were doing, well for everybody. They had 2 twins, sons that were just looked like they were on the up and up, and everything was going fine and dandy until one day one of them was stabbed senselessly by an Inwa. Yes, a regular black woman that are living their lives on my tax dollars don't know the same exact pain as losing their son from a senseless murder like this, even though gang violence is clearly part and parcel of their culture here. Yeah, I'm gonna press X out on that. I'm gonna press a little bit of X out on that. And then today, she was put for an interview here. To show her, to once again demonstrate her IQ even further.
Rep Crockett, you might have seen that Karmelo.
Look at that low IQ stare. That her fake eyelashes are about to fucking fall off too. She can't even do her makeup right.
Anthony was sentenced to 35 years. I want to get your reaction to the trial and the verdict.
My heart breaks. For so many reasons. And so I was just speaking to a student that is shadowing me who wants to be a public defender, and so it takes me back to what actually made me decide to get into this legislative work in the first place, because I know that our systems are broken, and what we saw with that verdict is the evidence of a broken system. Now listen.
A broken system? How is it a broken system when it was a very clear and cut case of just senseless murder? There's video evidence, there's multiple testimonies. The only thing I can maybe say is there's no black juries, people on the jury. But once again, they literally ousted themselves by showing they're going to be biased on racial lines, so that's why they weren't involved. If anything, it's actually the system working properly for once. It's a miracle.
From everything that I understand, which I wasn't at the trial because obviously I got a day job, but it's my understanding that Karmelo ended up stabbing, puncturing, I don't know what this tool was that they...
Bitch, this case has been going on for over a year and you still don't know the finer details and you want to talk about it? Like, I get you don't have to know absolutely everything here, and I'm not going to pretend to know absolutely everything about the case either, but as somebody who was reporting on it and streaming about this the day that it fucking happened, and has been following this for over a year because this happened in April last year, I think the fact that you, a representative who's trying to talk about how the poor black community is affected, you should at least know what the fact that he was stabbed with a knife. That was literally in the police report. But she wants to say, oh, it's just a tool.
Talk about knife, or some refer to it as a tool. He ended up hitting Austin one time, and it was about where he hit him. One time, 2 inches. This wasn't someone...
One time is enough to kill somebody, you dumb fucking bitch. She's trying to be like, oh, it was just one time or whatever, didn't actually cause any harm, blah, blah, blah. I literally fucking killed him because he got stabbed in the chest. That's what matters. Like, holy shit.
Who said, hey, let me stab you 5, 6, 7 times. And so when you're looking at the punishment range, there's a reason in Texas that it goes from 5 to 99 or life, because you are looking at how intentional, like how bad was this? 35 years for a kid who had decided to go...
For a kid? He was 17, almost 18 years old. Like, he turned 18 only a couple months after this originally happened, okay? Now, I get there's a reason why we don't do the 17 years, 11 months, and 363 days and a 23-hour situation, because obviously if we start blurring the lines there, is going to cause other problems in other areas. But there's also a reason why it's possible to charge teens that are 16, 17 years old as adults, because at that point, it's recognized that you should have the mental capacity and know better not to fucking murder somebody in cold blood at that age. Frankly, you should know that by like 5, but still.
Under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining, and simply didn't want to be put out in the rain by some random kid that he did.
Okay, too fucking bad. It was not his school. He was not supposed to be there. The tent was specifically for the track members. The people watching the track meet were supposed to sit on the sidelines anyways and suffer in the rain. He's no fucking different. But no, he wanted to be different. He stabbed Austin for it.
Know who was larger than him, Listen, a lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this country, but just like you can give the benefit of the doubt to so many police officers when they go out and they shoot some black unarmed person, even though they are trained.
Yeah, see, Black Lives Matter and the police body cams have actually destroyed that narrative too. Every single time that is a didn't do nothing on innocent unarmed person, trust me, they were being violent and resisting arrest every single time. So not even a fair comparison here.
The fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this black boy said that I was scared, or the fact that honestly anybody else who
he's scared of being punished. Like, I get he's 17, but once again, average IQ of a black in America is 85, okay? That's average. He's 17, and he's crying about being punished like he's 5 years old. That's it. He didn't cry when he got arrested. He didn't cry in trial. He only cried when he got his punishment. That's the only time he ever fucking cried this whole ordeal, was when the punishment was being laid out in front of him. He does not feel any remorse. He has been dead-eyed and soulless this entire time until the punishment was doled out. So, spare me your crocodile tears.
Did something with such a small object. All I know is that it wasn't considered unlawful carrying of a weapon because the blade was not long enough. That they wouldn't even say, well, maybe this was more so something that looked like manslaughter.
Well,
okay, so the jury did have the possibility of lowering the sentence to manslaughter, but manslaughter is accidental murder. It's like when you get into a fight with somebody and you shove them so hard that they fall to the ground and crack their skull open. That's manslaughter, because you weren't actually trying to kill somebody in that instance. You were just trying to get them away from you. There, like that's a manslaughter. There, actively stabbing somebody when it's not self-defense is just murder, not manslaughter. You can't not like the defense attorney was trying to say like, oh, Austin impaled himself. No, that's just active murder. There's no manslaughter there. Just subversive language, what do you expect? She's a black woman and a communist. Like, she's gonna say whatever slippery words that can escape her tongue to just try to muddy the waters and push her message here. Because even though we don't believe her and we can call her out and make fun of her, the people from the black community will support her and believe everything she's saying because she's one of them. And also, it's not just the blacks, by the way. There are Hispanics and Asians that support this too because they hate whitey. Obviously, the main hate is coming from the black community because, you know, that's the targeted racial demographics at the moment. But the nuns hate whites almost just as much as the blacks do. Okay? So keep that in mind.
Some people might say, why are you even bringing a knife like that to a track meet?
Yeah, people may say that. But walk a day in my shoes and then respond. Because we as black folks say, why?
A day in my affluent shoes as a representative in Congress. Bitch. I wish I was rich as you. Then again, I would have as low IQ. So, meh.
Why is it that people need long-armed guns when we are going out and having a First Amendment protest? But people say that's their right. They are allowed to do that. And again, it wasn't against...
Is she trying to bring Kyle Rittenhouse into this? The fuck? Like long-armed guns to a freedom of speech protest? Is she trying to reference Kyle Rittenhouse there? What? Look at the fiery but peaceful protests of Black Lives Matter were not free speech. They were literally burning down and destroying property. Kyle Rittenhouse was not at work that day, but he went there to defend the property of his job because he liked his job and was on good terms with his boss. And he shot those three wonderful people of the community in self-defense because they're trying to beat him with a skateboard. Once again, one was a pedophile, one was a wife beater, and one has sexual assault claims on him. None of them are black. This is not the same thing. Not the same fucking thing.
The law for him to have it. It may have been prohibited by school rules, which he wasn't at his school at the time. But it's...
Okay, he wasn't at his school at the time. That further proves the point, too. It wasn't his school, wasn't his tent, wasn't supposed to be there. That's why he was being kicked out. And he refused to leave, and then he refused to leave and stabbed him. Like, she's literally defeating her own argument.
Definitely was not against the law.
So you think race played a role in the verdict?
It's against the law for stabbing somebody, you dumb bitch.
Oh my God. I know Collin County. So absolutely. Collin County is right north of Dallas County. And I can tell you that I have had cases that I felt like played out differently because of the counties that they were in. And unfortunately, that was not the county for a black boy.
So if this were
a affluent black boy who still stabbed an affluent white boy.
boy in his exact same position, you don't think he'd get a 35-year sentence?
I would guarantee you it wouldn't have happened. I don't even know if he would have been convicted, because if a white boy would have said that they were afraid of a black boy, something tells me that that jury that didn't have any black people on it, they would have believed him.
Yeah, he would have believed him, because statistically, the black is actually going to cause more harm. Literally in this fucking case. Literally in this case. Who has proven that the black is more dangerous and violent than the white boy is. So yeah, there's more justification to be scared of the black when 1 in 3 black men are felons. When we had the 1350 statistic, when literally Austin shoved him, and Karmelo brought out a knife that he was carrying in his backpack for some fucking reason. Like, I know some people might get a little bit upsetty with this argument here, and I understand why, because I am for the Second Amendment here. But you have to ask, why did the black boy, Karmelo, have a knife in his backpack? Why did he actually bring it to a school meet here? You can say, oh, it doesn't really matter, he has the right to carry it, and I would agree with it. But you kind of have to start asking these sort of questions here when schools usually don't even allow you to carry any weapons. It can be against that too, and I understand why, and I actually agree with you. But you kind of have to wonder the logic here. It really seems like he was asking for trouble and wanted to murder somebody. Because who actually brings, in a high-trust society, a knife of all things into a school? Like, self-defense-wise, a gun would be much better if you're trying to make that argument. But no, he brought a fucking knife. So, her own logic is not working.
In his sphere.
Well, there's so many different opinions on this case. I mean, even your Republican colleague, Randy Fine, I mean, he's saying that he should get the death penalty. Your take on that?
Again, racism.
Again, racism. Death penalty for a murderer is not racism. It's called getting rid of the scum of the earth properly here. But, of course, she doesn't care. That she's a black activist, first and foremost. That's all she cares about. And that's all she ever will care about when anything like this. To expect any truthful, honest answers from her would be foolish. But remember, and the reason why, despite the whole 3 minutes and 34 seconds of this was just incoherent babble that she contradicted herself on multiple times. The reason why it's important to call this out and present this is because she's a representative of Congress. She's the one making rules and regulations on us, regular people here, including white people that she so desperately hates and wants to cry racism against. And it might be a little bit more presentable with her horrible makeup and her fancy dress, but she supports those like these guys who are saying, you want to play this game, fuck these white lives. Like, what about that? She's the one supporting the one saying that Hunter, Austin's twin brother, should have died as well. She's the one supporting the family for kicking Elijah from going away from the tent, proving literally the fucking point here. She's the one supporting these people, saying Karmelo is innocent and free, literally saying that herself, basically. As well. And they might be chimping out, they might be fat and diabetes and drinking the pineapple Kool-Aid here. But in the end of the day, no matter how low class or how high class they are all the same. And you cannot negotiate with them, you cannot talk to them, you cannot make them see facts and reality. Even if she can actually understand these concepts, she will still be tribalistic first and foremost for the black race because she's on a mission. And these are too low IQ to understand because they're just tribalistic to the core. Emotional thinking. At 85 IQ average with no frontal lobe and can't think 15 seconds ahead. There is no debating with them. There is no talking to them. There is no holding hands together and singing kumbaya. It is literally just a race war. And you, white man, need to figure out what you want to do about it. Sorry. This just pisses me off. This just fucking pisses me off here. What is this tab that I had here? Oh, yes. Also, if we don't have even more examples of blacks being violent here, there is that guy from earlier, the former Dallas representative person. Fuck it, quote tweeting that fuck it, dig it, awesome McCaff and stab his ass again. We got other random blacks online. Stop sending your kids to these white schools like it's totally the whites that are murdering on average. Black people, please carry more than a pocket knife. You get their asses before they can get you. Once again, calling for more murder here. 35 years on your first offense over sentencing. Yeah, there has to be a retrial. This is blatant injustice. I don't know, maybe he should have committed fucking murder. Just want to point that out. Karmelo will get out of prison. That boy getting out, that boy ain't getting out of the grave. Just celebrating the fact that Austin is dead, but Karmelo will be eventually free, either in 35 years or 17 years if he's on, you know, good terms. Regardless, he will leave prison and he will stab again because he's an NWA and that's what NWAs do. We tweet that stop sending your kids to white schools. To be fair, I feel like that's the that's like the Giga Chad versus Sloy Jack meme, right? Like I'm down for segregation at the bare fucking minimum. Frankly, I think it should just be deported to Liberia like we should have done originally. But we need to bring back segregation because clearly we're not compatible. We're not compatible. If they want to be so upset that Karmelo Anthony was a pure innocent didn't do nothing situation, well, maybe we should bring back segregation, right? Because, like, then they can have another all-black jury and their own little trial specifically for him. Ideally, with segregation, that means he wouldn't have stabbed Austin. He would have stabbed another black boy instead. And they could handle it their own little way. But then again, seeing the crime rates in Chicago and how many black-on-black murders there are, they don't want to handle it regardless. But yeah, if they want to handle it themselves, sure, go ahead. Not in America, because America is a white nation for white people, first and foremost, is literally what the founding fathers intended. But if we have to keep them here, then we can put them in their own little jungles aside, if they so insist. And then they can solve it themselves. And Austin would still be alive, Arena Zarutska would still be alive, the IU college kid that was stabbed last week would still be alive, and so many other cases of white people would still be alive, but we just had segregation again. Once again, I am not joking when I say that every single day there is a rape and or murder. Okay, most of this is Karmelo Anthony stuff here that I put in my This Is Make Me Racist folder, so bear with me here. But you know, this person's still alive, thankfully, but you know, he's now deformed and he's going to need skin grafts here. We have more teen takeovers happening, and fights and brawls as well. Just, you know. Let's see, there's Billy Schmidt, who was killed in Philadelphia, just a few days ago. He would still be alive here. Let's see, this Canadian figure skater would still be alive. This lady would still be alive. Apparently DeCarlos Brown, who is the one who killed Arena Saruska, has a brother and sister, have also tried to kill people before.
Is it the Jews?
You know?
And
despite not all my tabs having, you know, murderers in them, you can clearly see them not exactly being the nicest people, regardless. Let's see, another white person would still be alive. It just keeps on fucking happening. It just keeps on, oh, rest in peace. This just keeps on fucking happening. If we just had segregation. Well, actually, even with segregation, they still have the 1350 statistic that tells you something, which is why I still support Liberia. But at least things would not be this bad. We would still have our shopping malls, right? We would still have our nicer cities. We would still have at least quite a few more white people alive at the very least. It just keeps on fucking happening.
Is it the
Keeps
Jews?
on happening every single day. I have a whole entire folder full with articles and examples of white people being raped and or murdered. And then other situations of them being not so great people as well. But, if only I could use the words I want to say. If only I could use the words that I want to say here. But alas, we cannot. We're already flying close to the sun as it is.
Is it
So,
the Jews? I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
You're not racist enough. Yes, exactly. If you are in doubt, remember, you're never racist enough, and you never will be racist enough here. At this point, if you're right and not racist, you don't have survival instincts, you're probably just sheltered, frankly. Like, I'll give a little bit of credit where credit is due. Like, there's a reason why the whitest states like Maine, Montana, New Hampshire, are all filled with a bunch of peace-loving liberals and things like that, because they actually aren't around, these NWAs to really know what it's actually like. Versus me, I don't even live in a really bad place. Like, I don't live in the South, if my accent hasn't been able to demonstrate that myself. But I do live in an area where we do have a decent chunk of NWAs, that I've had to deal with ever since I went into getting a job. And I quickly learned that the stereotypes exist for a reason. And obviously, thankfully, I never got stabbed or raped or anything like that. But it did not take me very long to build up fatigue and become racist just by dealing with them. But if you live in an area where you don't have to deal with them, whatsoever, then you only see things online, and so there's a little bit of disconnect there. And then you believe the anti-racism propaganda being shoved down your throats that we're all one race, the human race bullshit. And yeah. And it's unfortunate. But more and more people are waking up, thankfully. Yeah, my views on race changed fast when I had to interact with them more regularly. Exactly. Exactly, because we are different. 100%. Thank you, the Salty Spice, for being a happy merchant over on Ko-Fi. Thank you, my dude. Thank you for being a member for another month. And thank you, the Punish Parfait, for being a member over on YouTube. Thank you, my dude. And then thank you, Clarky, for the $15 reduce. Thank you. Do you know and Dingamal? One Karmelo had epilepsy, so he was having an epileptic fit when the crackers was okay. Okay. Kalergi is writing this with a black accent, and so I'm struggling to read this. Let me try to do a black accent to see if I can make it like a little bit more ironically enough comprehensive. Don't you shit, don't you know, Karmelo had epilepsy. So he were having an epileptic fit when the crackers was attacking him, which is why the Swiss Army tool poked Austin in the chest a couple times. So Austin was a drug addict with a bad heart, so he was dying anyway. They are real unedited videos show Austin and the crackers attacking Karmelo, but the crackers be threatening everybody and showing it. And for them McCabe brothers were gay for blacks. Yeah, they did it with all the blacks on the team, and you knew it because they couldn't even somersault. But you won't even read this out because you scared of the real shit. Thank you, Kalergi, for that absolutely beautiful message there. That hurt. Nice, Blackson, thank you. See, I needed a message that actually like types it out so I can do it. Versus when I tried to do the Blackson on this guy's tweet, it was hard because it was actually proper English with punctuation and spelling. Versus Kalergi actually wrote it out for me. So thank you, Kalergi, for reducing your IQ by at least 30 points for me to read the message properly. About dropping 30 IQ is scary. Oh shit, Nick. Oh my god. It's not even about racism, but most of you wouldn't care if they were causing these problems somewhere else in the world. Well, yeah, because it'd be a different fucking country. I mean, there are, solutions for if, you know, entire continent of Africa went away. And, you know, maybe things would, and Earth would be a little bit better if that was the case, hypothetically. You know, once again, hypothetically there. But at the end of the day, that would be in Africa, where with the other Africans, doing their little gorilla dances and handling themselves like they have been for literally thousands of years until we decided to make the most expensive mistake of our lifetime by bringing them over with slavery. So I wouldn't really even care that much. Just be like, wow, they just fucking suck, don't they? Oh, wow, I don't want them over here in my country. Yet for some reason, they are in my fucking country, which means I have to actually deal with them. I can't consider the past or the future anymore. Thanks, Small. You're welcome. You're welcome there. They'd be even happier over there too. It'd be the nicest thing we could ever do. Oh my god, that reminds me of when iShowSpeed, that really big NWA streamer, went over did like an African tour last year. And if you did not know what iShowSpeed looks like already, you would think he actually would fit in with the tribes. Like, I saw some photos of him, and it's just like once again, if I didn't know that he was iShowSpeed, and he just told me this is just a picture of tribes in Africa, I would be like, wow, he just fits in perfectly. Because he really fucking does. He unironically, like, the skin color's the same, the bone structure's the same. Like, he literally found his fucking people there. I would say it's crazy and hard to believe, but when you think about it longer than 2 seconds, it makes sense, because they have not evolved in 100 years. It takes a lot more evolution to evolve from that. But anyways, enough about NWAs in America. Oops. Let's talk about NWAs in the UK. After I take a quick piss break, because, guess what? Guess what? Even if they have an average of 85 IQ in America, the ones actually strictly from the continent have even lower IQ, but they're just as murderous and violent there. But we will discuss that here in a second after I take a quick piss break. I will see you guys in 2 minutes or less. You know I'm quick. Yo, chat, I'm back. Hope you didn't miss me. I want to know if anybody timed me now. No, I'm kidding. It'd be a little bit weird. But then again, it'd be very on brand at the same time. High IQ does not equal large bladder capacity. So, I'll be honest, I didn't actually really need to pee. But I figured this would be a good break to do so, because I don't want to have to pee in the middle of the topic either. So, yeah. Anyways, there. 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Wait, did you actually time that? Or are you just making something up? Because I don't know what to believe. Because I've timed myself before in the past to be as efficient as possible. And usually it's about 2 minutes. So... No, I didn't. LMAO. Okay. Whew. Whew. Maybe it could be quicker than that then. No, I did not wash my hands. Why would I do that? We live in New Delhi. Come on. Get with the times. Anyways, speaking of living in a third world shithole, here is an African attempting to cut a man's head off in Belfast last night. Well, this happened, well, on June 8th, so about a couple days ago now, sort of ish. You know, there's time zone differences and various things. I cannot show the full video because it's quite gruesome. But I do want to play part of it because it's important to point out here. But as you can see, it's an envoy completely towering over and holding their man down. Now, the part that I want to play here, and I need to be relatively careful. I gotta remember the timestamp for it without showing too much. Here. Roughly in here, I imagine. Just listen to what the lady who's recording this has to say.
Kill him! Get on them! Let him go die! Now have time on us! Yes! Yes! Stand up! Stand up! There's a cop! There's a cop! Back off! Back off! Back off!
There's a cop! There's a cop! Back off! Back off! So you have a Sudanese guy trying to behead a white guy, which we'll get into the details of the white guy in a second. The woman is recording. Thank fucking God. I saw some people criticizing her, being like, why is she recording and not trying to help? She's doing the Lord's work, actually, by recording. Because, one, she's a woman, so she's not going to be able to actually fight back against a black man, or any man in general. Two, it's the UK, so you can be charged for hate crimes for simply just looking at the wrong direction of a black. Three, Henry Novak has shown that you could be literally the victim and bleeding out to death because of false cries of racism. You can be the one actually arrested and then die on the cop's hands here. And so by recording this, she is protecting the 3 white men that did come in and try to save him. But she also warned them when the cop was coming by, knowing full fucking well that if the cops caught them in the act of actually trying to free the guy, they could be arrested instead.
What? Get off! No! Bro, get off! What? You're trying to call him? I can't tell him in the head.
So now they stop beating him and try to get the cops involved. So now these 3 white men who were trying to save the day are protected. And, well, they don't have to worry about being arrested by the cops because they weren't caught in the middle act of beating the guy like they were earlier. And she's now got video evidence showing that the guy who's being beheaded at the moment was being beheaded in the first place and they're trying to protect him. So, yeah, that's how bad the situation is in the UK, where the female recording this is actually protecting the guys here by saying there's a cop coming, get off of him. The purpose of the system is what it does. Needless to say, it's caused some problems, seeing that the police were trying to, were reporting this as an appeal for witnesses following serious Belfast assaults. At approximately 2:15 a.m., police received a report of a man with a head injury in the Falls Road area whose injuries were consistent with an assault. Now, once again, I can't exactly show too much because YouTube would have my head in return. But he is trying to behead him a little bit there, little bit there. You can even see how much blood's actually on his head already, and the guy chanting and singing "Oonga Boonga" by trying to do so. I don't think this is an assault. I think it's actually a murder here. And unfortunately, this is the guy who was about to be beheaded. Stephen Ogilvie, who has been named locally as a victim of the attempted beheading in Belfast, who is actually he was actually helping the same man who attacked him move in as a next-door neighbor just 4 days before the attack. They were both living in assistant housing because he is actually disabled. So a white guy who is disabled and, you know, more of a victim of modern society was actually trying to help out the guy who was trying to murder him. I don't even have words to say. I don't even have words to say here. Oops, I didn't realize the audio wasn't playing. Sorry, chat.
That wee lad has been living there, that young man, well, he's 47, she said. He's been living there for about 2 years. And she said them foreigners that moved in only moved in like 4 days ago. Right. And he was doing everything to help them out when they moved in. And it's not just one. There was 2 of them jumped him. But right. The news hasn't given it out yet. The 2 of them moved into the flat. Wow. And one of them was the one that was arrested. The other one hasn't been mentioned anywhere in the news yet.
But he was involved in the attack, allegedly.
This is what she said. This is why up in Rathcoole they're going ballistic, because the wee lad originally came from Rathcoole, and apparently he did everything to help them.
And do you think the authorities are trying to cover that kind of thing up? That there was a second?
The whole thing. They're trying to blanket everything that's going on today.
The lad who was attacked was actually trying to help them move in.
He was helping them for the last couple of days.
Of course, the authorities are trying to blanket everything. They were trying to cover up Henry Novak as well. Reports have come out with Henry Novak, the guy who was stabbed by the Sikh, and was arrested as he was bleeding out by the cops after the Sikh lied and said he made a racist comment. The police were also trying to cover up that too, but they failed based off the reporting, thankfully, and became such a big case. They were trying to hide all the evidence for that as well, since they really fucked up there. Just like everything else, the police are trying to hide all these evidence that, well, the Brits are becoming a minority within our nation.
Apparently he's really kind, thoughtful wee lad, kind-hearted. That's what she said. She says, Margaret, he's the type of man he would have done anything for anybody. She says, so he has been going out of his way to help him. Now, the reports we're hearing now is his nose has been cut, his eyes out, and he's blind in the other. That he can't hear anybody. It's hard to hear him. What life has he got when he comes out of intensive care?
So his eyes have been cut out. He is now deaf, and his face is all cut up now. So he went from already being disabled and living in assisted housing, which is a miracle why I even got assisted housing, to where's my article at? Looking like this. I'm not gonna show these pictures for very long. Northern Ireland, Belfast victim remains in serious condition with horrific facial wounds as detailed emerged by deranged Sudanese attacker. He looks like fucking Frankenstein. Okay, now for YouTube's sake, I'm going to scroll past that. If you missed what he looks like, go back a little bit, because YouTube will have my head instead. There. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The Belfast victim remains in serious condition in hospital after a savage medieval knife attack in North Belfast left him with catastrophic injuries, including the loss of his left eye, severe damage to his right eye, deep cuts all over his face, and lacerations to his back. The victim, a man in his 40s, was attacked Monday night on Kinnard Avenue, a residential street near Adrian Road. Police said he suffered significant eye injuries and a serious slash wound to his face and back. A 30-year-old Sudanese national, Haiti Aloudid, has been charged with attempted murder, possession of an article with a blade or point in a public space, and making threats to kill. He appeared at Langside Magistrate Court on Wednesday and was remanded in custody. I feel a sneeze coming. Hold on. Hold on. I think that's it. Oh, I need some water. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Jesus, it's so bad that it looks like a fake face mold from a low-tier makeup artist for Hollywood? Good lord. Yeah, it's pretty gruesome. It's absolutely fucking gruesome. There's no other way to describe it. It's just... Here is the wonderful member of society. Our doctor is an engineer who would do no harm, didn't do nothing as per usual here. Thank you for the blessies, chat. Breaking: the asylum seeker who sparked huge rise in Belfast, trying to behead a local, has been named Hadi al-Ludid. He is from Khartoum in Sudan. The city is currently under control of the Muslim Brotherhood allied Sudanese armed forces. Beheadings are Islamist specialty. Just when you import the third world, you become the third world. The attack unfolded about 10:30 p.m. Graphic footage shared online. I believe that's 10:30 p.m. What is this? Gateway Pundit. I'm assuming. Yeah, aren't they American? Because like the other one said about 2:15 a.m. So this is obviously maybe a different time. Maybe they don't have the times correct either. Graphics footage shared online appeared to show a man on top of the prone victim, really stabbing towards his neck and his head and neck as horrified residents tried to intervene. The video appeared to show locals rushing in to stop the assault, including one man armed with a hurling stick. Police later praised the residents whose actions they said helped save the victim's life. Notice how the police actually praised them this time around, only because it's caught on video. If it wasn't caught on video, you can be guaranteed the police would be damning them for racism for attacking the poor Sudanese man instead. This would have been covered up as well if that woman didn't record this. She's a hero. Obviously, the guy is trying to step in and beat him and get him off our heroes as well. But one could argue that she's probably the biggest hero because even though the guy saved their life, if she wasn't recording, they would be thrown in jail as well. It's the UK. It's a fact. Hell, even America, it could possibly put them in jail as well because we also have a two-tier system, though it's nowhere near as bad as it is in the UK. Officers arrived within minutes of the 999 call. A kitchen knife was recovered at the scene, according to police. The brutality of the attack is horrifying enough, but the immigration details surrounding the accused have turned the case into another explosive flashpoint in the national debate over asylum, border control, and public safety. Well, maybe don't fucking import the third world and we wouldn't have this problem. Wait, did I read this already? Yes, I did. Authorities said al-Ludid claimed asylum after arriving in Northern Ireland in February 2023. He was later granted leave to remain in the United Kingdom until 2028. Police Service of Northern Ireland Chief Constable John Boucher said the suspect is understood to have traveled from Sudan to Paris, then flown to Dublin, before taking a bus to Belfast on February 2023. He claimed asylum that same day. How did he, I get he got to Sudan to Paris because of, illegal immigration and the small boats, but then he took a flight to Dublin, which means he would need some sort of, passport. And then he claimed asylum? I know the system is broken. In fact, actually, no, the purpose of the system was what it does, really. But shouldn't you take asylum outside the country? If you have a passport to actually fly to Dublin instead of taking a tiny little boat instead? I feel like you have the capability to apply for asylum outside the country at first, instead of arriving there and applying for asylum, and then be granted it. But what do I know? I'm a dumb Floyd, and... the Home Office said the individual claimed to have entered the United Kingdom through the common travel area. Critics argued the route now demands urgent scrutiny because it appears to allow arrivals in the Republic of Ireland to move into Northern Ireland before lodging claims. I like how the Republic of Ireland's now freaking out now because they're not technically part of the UK. They're their own separate independent nation. But they're like, yeah, we don't want the immigrants either. Police initially described the accused as Somali before later clarifying that he is Sudanese. Authorities also said he lived close to the scene of the attack. Boucher said there was no trace of the suspect on any of our national security databases, and that he was not known to the PSNI, Police Service in Northern Ireland. That statement for critics of the asylum system is not reassuring. It's the problem. Yeah, the fact that he's untraceable despite being a part of the asylum system is not necessarily a good sign here. Boucher said there was no trace. Oh, I read that. I'm bad at that right now. Okay, whoopsies. The public is repeatedly told that vetting systems are robust, borders are controlled, and authorities know who is entering the country. Yeah, I'm pretty... if any of the public actually still believes it now, they're absolutely retarded. They're literally fucking retarded, or they're true believers. But are still retarded. No one actually thinks that. Yet in this case, a man who entered through this route received leave to remain and was not known to police is now accused as one of the most barbaric and grotesque street attacks Belfast has seen in years. PSNI Assistant Chief Constable Ryan Henderson said police had consulted counterterrorism partners and had no information at the stage suggested the attack was terror-related. He stressed, however, the investigation was still in its early stages. Yeah, because it's just NWA doing NWA things. Like, they're just murderous and violent. That's just literally how they are. There's no terrorism about this. They just want to go stabby because they want to go stabby. It's that simple. Ogilvy remains seriously injured after losing an eye and suffering severe wounds. A local woman who called 999 says she was left sitting in the street shaking after hearing screams inside her home. A delivery driver handed her a phone so she could speak directly to emergency services. I said, "You just need to get here. He's going to die," she recalled. She says she had not watched the video online because what she saw in person was traumatic enough. I would imagine fucking so. The woman said children and residents gathered in the street as people tried to stop the attack. The police came and I kept my kids in the house. I was just absolutely petrified, she said. Good woman for doing that. I mean, she's scarring herself in the process, but you gotta protect the kids. Especially if the NWA went a little bit more schizo and got, started just widely swinging. She added she was now afraid to walk alone to her local shop and is absolutely petrified to let her children play in the street. Those are the human consequences that are too often disappear beneath official statements and political management. I'm surprised she was brave enough to walk alone to her local shop and have her kids play in the street before this happened, but I guess it's one thing to see it online in a different town a few miles away versus happening literally right in front of you and in front of your house. Kind of makes you think a little bit differently. Three men who intervened have been hailed as heroes, among them with Matu Mag Tigernan, who used a hurling stick to strike the alleged attacker and help bring the assault to end. Mr. Tigernan later wrote that he arrived by chance and got out to protect a young lad. His partner, Aofi O'Reilly, says she couldn't be prouder of him, calling him the father of my child who stood in and hopefully saved a man's life last night. I mean, he did. Which is quite, he really fucking did. I mean, obviously, Ogilvy is fucked for life after he already was disabled, but at least he's alive. Those three men are literally heroes. There's no other, there's no way to demonize them or anything like that. That they are great men who literally risked their own lives to save this poor guy. UK globalist anti-British leaders have rushed to condemn the attack. Prime Minister Keir Starmer called it sickening, while leaders of the five main parties at Stormont issued a rare joint statement expressing concern and appeal for calm. But neither of them actually addressed the issue at hand except for Restore. But to many, the condemnations ring hollow. The same establishment that denounces the violence continues to defend immigration and asylum framework that critics say has repeatedly put the communities at risk. The attack has already triggered unrest, including reports of violent protests, mass rioters, fires, and attack on migrant-linked homes, buses, properties, and police vehicles. Authorities have appealed for calm and said an increased police presence will remain across Northern Ireland. And trust me, chat, I have videos about the riots here. But we will finish the rest of this article and go from there. There is no justification for mob violence or attacks on innocent people, but there is also no justification for political class using public disorder as an excuse to avoid the harder question on how Britain's borders, asylum rules, and deportation system became so weak. Restore Britain supporters and other right-wing populist voices argue that the case exposes a deeper failure of the state. Their view is that the first duty of the government is to protect its own people, not to manage public outrage after preventable horrors. The common travel area route is now under intense scrutiny. Critics say Britain cannot claim to have secure borders if people can travel from continental Europe to Dublin, take a bus to Belfast, and then enter an asylum system with limited public transparency. For the pro-immigration right, the answer is no longer another review, another statement, or another appeal for calm. They want a hard border enforcement, serious asylum restrictions, removal of foreign nationals who commit serious crimes, and national policy that put British citizens first. Al-Odid remains before the courts and entitled to due process, but the political consequences are already spreading far beyond Belfast. This case has become another grim symbol of a country whose leaders keep demanding public patience, while ordinary people are left to absorb the risk of a broken immigration system. For those demanding a Restore Britain agenda, the message is extremely clear. Sympathy is not policy, condemnation is not protection, and words mean absolutely nothing without action to rectify this increasingly serious situation. So obviously the Gateway Public is a little bit biased when it comes to this supporting Restore Britain. I don't fucking care. Restore Britain's the only answer here, and even then it's not the full mile, right? The full mile is the funny mustache man, but we're not at that point yet. But we do need reimmigration at the bare minimum. Reimmigration is the natural, peaceful solution here. That is the moderate position for reimmigration, to just put them on planes and send them back. Though personally, I'm down for the death penalty, because if you come here illegally, you're breaking the sovereign nation's borders. And if it gets sent back, you can always come back again if you already broke it once. You clearly don't care. But if you're dead, well, you can't come back now, can you? Especially when 9 times out of 10 they commit heinous acts like this. Once again, not gonna keep this up for very long because YouTube will have my head instead. But yeah, this could be you. This could be your father or brother or sister or mother. If you live in a high diversity area, reimmigration is the moderate solution. Unfortunately, the family has been coerced by the police to make a statement, as they always do. We want to make it absolutely clear that overnight unrest is not welcome and peaceful protest is only way forward, the family say. We have many migrants who make a deeply valuable contribution to our country, including our healthcare system and hospitality sector, and we depend on them to make our country work. They say they do not want this terrible tragedy to be used to divide people or fuel hostility. Now, a lot of people are going to be very upset about the family making a statement like this. I used to be upset about that until I learned that the police and the government actually forces these families to make these statements as part of their network. They are literally held hostage, sometimes paid, sometimes both, to make these statements. Because if they don't, the police will have their head. I need to say, I said to have my head as a joke from the YouTube side of thing because of the beheading, but like this, like not even joking. Like, we're talking about the UK here. They arrest people for racist memes more than they actually arrest people for actual legit rapes and murders. If the family does not toe the line for what the government wants, they are fucked. And yes, we do the same thing in the United States too. We are arguably no better than the UK. We are a little bit better. But not by much, because Karmelo Anthony's family, Austin McCaff's family had to say this stuff, Arena Zarutska, every single major case that ever blows up, they have the same copy-paste statement saying diversity is our strength, please don't riot, or whatever the stuff that they is, we have good nuns in our country too, blah, 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 blah. It's literally a copy-paste statement. There's a reason why they don't actually say his name. They said our loved ones instead. So, you can maybe be mad at the family for capitulating to this, but when the government has the power to literally ruin your life, most people are not going to, most people are going to follow the rules, basically. Families always do this. They're almost always pressured by authorities to make these statements. Yes, exactly. That's exactly my point. Like, it sucks. You can maybe be like, okay, well, what's stopping them from not making that statement? What's stopping them from not making their statement is that the government's fucking evil. That's what it is. Like, the government does have the power to ruin your life. Does anybody not remember the trucker protests from back in 2021? I get that's Canada. But Justin Trudeau literally cut off the truckers from their banks and was arresting them. Like, obviously people can get mad at the government for doing this to those families, but no one's gonna stop them here. Like, you can protest and riot as much as you want, but unless you actually cut off the head of the snake, you're not freeing these people. So it's either they lose their livelihood, lose their job, get arrested themselves, and lose access to their money and have their bank accounts cut off, or they say the socially acceptable thing to say because the government has literally a gun to their head, and yeah, they get demonized by the public for a week as the story goes on, but then another story happens, and the cycle repeats, and they're forgotten about it. You can say that you want to do it yourself, but when push comes to shove, and you're in a similar situation, what would you actually do? Especially when you got the rest of your family and kids to think about as well. I'm not defending them completely, but it's important to note that. Okay, we already read that from the article there. Though a little bit of the white pill about this. Restore Britain have said in government that they may prosecute reform Swalla Braverman and Robert Jenrick for their involvement in bringing dangerous migrants to the UK, including the Sudanese attacker in Belfast yesterday. I fucking love Restore Britain, Rupert Lowe. Yes, they're not the final solution. Yes, they're not perfect. But at least they are talking the talk and more or less walking the walk for what they can do. Because Swalla Braverman and Robert Jenrick were part of the Conservative Party before they joined Reform, knowing Conservatives were a sinking ship. They were in charge of immigration when this Sudanese guy came into the UK, and so therefore they are responsible for allowing him in by not actually having proper immigration things. So actually prosecuting them is the moderate solution. One could argue maybe the death penalty for them as well for being traitors to the country, and Swalla Braverman being a brown woman. But prosecuting is at least once again the moderate, sensible solution for them. Oh, whoops. There we go. Rupert Lowe made a statement to Keir Starmer. Prime Minister, we've all seen the sickening video from Belfast. Full details of the savage's nationality, immigration status, and religion must be made available to the public a matter of urgency. The British people need to know the full truth. Now, Rupert Lowe. And he also made a video, which I have not watched yet. So I figured we can watch it together, chat, about the statement on sickening events in Belfast. I'm very curious what he has to say beyond that statement he made to Keir Starmer. This is well, I probably shouldn't show that part there, but this is a little funny tweet.
Good morning, everybody. I've just watched the most horrific footage from Northern Ireland, from Belfast, of one man on top of another with a knife, obviously screaming and shouting. Some patriots effectively attempted to intervene. I don't know what has happened to the victim, but it didn't look good. I now call for the police with full transparency to disclose the ethnicity and immigration status of the person who perpetrated the attack. This is a disappointingly growing trend which is affecting all of us. It stems from immigration, largely. It stems from the fact that there's a whole industry of people who have made vast amounts of money propagating an industry called the human rights industry, which basically has fed off the back of the legal complexities surrounding human rights law. Those are people like Keir Starmer, Lord Hermer, a whole raft of people who I think put their own interests above those of the safety of the British people. And it's time we got some honesty from the police force, who are paid for the British taxpayer, paid for by the British taxpayer. They're supposed to serve the British taxpayer, and they're supposed to keep us all safe. We can quite clearly see with the recent tragic death of Henry Novak, we can see two-tier policing. And now I think I call for total transparency. If you have transparency, you have...
I will give the police credit where credit is due. It seems like from the article we just read that they have been pretty transparent with the details so far. But I'm 99.9% sure they only did that because of that video. That's it. If the woman didn't catch it on video, we would not have the transparency we have, because how horrific it is. Then also those images of what he looked like in the hospital too. Holy shit. He just looks like a Frankensteinian monster. Oh my god. That's it. That's the only reason why. That's the only fucking reason why. So, I'm glad we got the transparency, but it's only thanks to that alone. Without it, it would be almost a Henry Novak situation, where everything's scrambling last minute to try to cover up and cause calm. But that's it.
Have truth, and from truth you can actually start to deal with the issues that are causing the problem. Until we have that, I'm afraid we are going to continue to, all of us, suffer from increasing distrust, an increasing feeling of a lack of safety, and that is not going to be good for all of us. We want our high trust society back, and we're not going to get it back by people being deceitful. We need.
Well, we're not going to get it back as long as NWAs are part of society. High trust society is a Western concept. It is a white concept. It is a European and their descendants concept. It is not a third world shit-skin concept whatsoever. There's a reason why, no matter where they come from, they commit crime. The Chinese are the more peaceful ones. They don't rape and murder, but they still scam. They still try to bring bioweapons to the United States almost all the fucking time. I've read a couple articles about that from my short time streaming, for fuck's sakes. The Indians, with their ISAT and the H-1Bs, was again not exactly very violent ones, but they're still fucking awful and trying to basically throw Whitey under the bus. The Sikhs are clearly murderous, despite being the peaceful ones, Tommy Robinson claims. Africans, do I need to say more? Hispanics, do I need to say more? Like, all the nuns are violent or criminals in some way, shape, or form. Not saying white people are completely perfect, but there's a reason why the rates of them being of crime are so much lower compared to the other races. We're not going to get our high trust society back by having a multicultural society. The only way we can do that is to get rid of all the nuns, no matter where they come from. Send them back. Reimmigration now, once again, the moderate, peaceful solution. If we don't get that, and soon, you're not going to get your moderate, peaceful solution. You're going to get the Belfast riots on a bigger scale. But we'll watch the Belfast riots in a second here. I wanted to go through what caused them in the first place.
Honesty, we need truth, we need authenticity, and we need openness.
Yeah, we're not going to get that from the establishment. The purpose of the system is what it does. And which is why people are trying to take matters into their own hands. Yesterday and into today as well, there were riots in Belfast, and these are actual legit riots. They were putting stuff on fire. But there was multiple places that throughout the UK in general that were protesting at 7 p.m. That night. And here's an example of one of them, which has no audio. But they're gathering slowly but surely at that time. And taking matters into their own hands in various ways. Black migrants in Dublin stopping traffic, looking for a fight, get knocked the fuck out cold by Irish patriots. And notice one thing too about this. You know, violence bad, disavow, blah blah blah, right? But he gets knocked down. He gets swung from behind because he's blocking traffic in the way and being an NWA. And then he gets kicked by somebody. He gets kicked again, and after he's knocked down cold on the ground and after being kicked once, the other guy coming by to kick him, even though all the other whiteys around here were saying, "Oh," and kind of celebrating it, they basically told him to get up. Hey. Right? That's it. That's it. There was no piling up on him, no kicking his head in further and curb stomping him, no nothing. It was simple, a wham bam, and he's down and he was left alone and they walked away. If this was an NWA doing the attack and other NWAs are around, it would be a whole fucking vultures descending upon the corpse and trying to eat it alive. And how do I know this? Is because I've seen this happen multiple times. When it's whitey on the ground and black's around, that's what happens. But when whitey actually defends himself, well, it's actually quite nicer. And then they're trying to actually double check on him too and make sure he's okay. This does not happen if the races are reversed. And then supposedly they were going around door to door to mark houses of immigrants.
What bricks? I'm trying to just hear not plot.
Oh. Yeah, it's terrible. It's actually terrible.
Of course, the woman's like, oh my god, how could they? You know, there's a rapist and murderer right across my street, but how could they throw rocks in his windows? This is a compilation video of different things. So this is going back to the original one that we saw earlier. But, they could be asking, how do they know immigrants live there? Well, one, they live in that town. They know when you live in a small town, everybody knows everybody except for the foreigners that lock themselves away, then rape and murder at night. Two, they mostly live in slums. So they have the vape shops and other little shitholes that they've built, that they've taken over as their ways to cover up what they're doing. Then there's also HMOs as well that exist, which are I forget what HMO stands for. Hold on, I have a tab about it. That's not it. I don't think that's it either. Basically, landlords that purposely take government assistance to allow immigration in instead of actually, you know, either using their hotel for actual guests and tourists, or using it for the real citizens of the UK. Housing and multiple occupancy. Thank you. Thank you, Chet. There. Oops. Sorry. Ah! Is it freezing? Oh no. My Twitter is freezing, chat. My Brave browser in general is frozen. Does that mean anything else is frozen? Is everything, am I still alive? Because if my Brave browser goes down, that pretty much means everything else goes down too. No, that works. Okay, there we go. There we go. Just had a little bit of an oopsie. A little bit of an oopsie. Okay, there we go. Let me try to figure out where I was at. They also set fire to a shit ton of buildings too. And I mean a lot of places. And like all over Belfast in general, just fires and smoke everywhere here. Kick is good? Mall muted? No, sorry, my Brave browser just froze up there, so pretty much everything else is good. Seems like. There. They also set busters on fire as well. They got pretty violent, as the Irish normally do. Because you can definitely expect the Irish to take things in their own hands when something happens there. They have something special. Like, even though Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland are split, they're still Irish regardless of the case. And they typically have to get a little bit more uppity than the Scots and the Anglos do. More videos of just buildings being burnt. Specifically ones being linked to immigrants in several places across the UK. Once again, they know where they live. Because when they live in that area, it's very easy to tell when those areas went from nice to ghetto. Well, it all kind of comes together here. They haven't had the death of the spirit like the rest of the Isles, so I guess this is what happens when they're technically their own separate island. No, this affects the politicians or the immigrants. They'll just give the migrants and our citizens home. I'm not going to say the last part. Technically yes and technically no. Because it does actually affect the citizen. Not the citizens. It technically affects the immigrants. Because, and so sort of kind of the citizens, at least the landlords that actually bring them in. Because now it goes to their insurance policy. When these buildings and buses are being burned down, the ones that are specifically used by these immigrants, it does two things. One, for those using the actual, in this case, Irish, that are supporting the immigration, it uses their insurance policy and makes their premiums go up, and basically punishes them for allowing these immigrants in the first place. And then as for the immigrants themselves, well, they're told that they're not wanted here whatsoever. Yes, they might get relocated to a different area, but if they have their lives put on the line by having buildings burnt down and bricks thrown through the windows, it basically is either you can get the fuck out of here and go back to your home country and you'll probably be safer, or you can stay here and you can see how long you last. So it's actually good. The problem actually lies is that I had to be very careful how I word this without Fed posting here. The problem is that, how do I word this without Fed posting? Hold on. Let's just say that if they just burned down the immigrant housing, the problem isn't actually solved. It tells the politicians that they're on the last line, and it tells the immigrants that are not wanted there and their lives are on the line. They could be safer back in their home countries. But the people doing this in the first place aren't going to last very long because the police will go after them because there's cameras all over the place. Even though they're in black jackets and with masks and everything like that, their phone tracks them. It is a surveillance state regardless. The police will figure out one way or another who they are. In fact, there's a story that I heard from the UK where somebody got a little bit uppity at a protest. Even though he made a Twitter account complete with a completely separate IP address and a whole bunch of other details, the police were able to track him down regardless because what his tweets were corroborated with what the guy actually did, and were able to track him down with this fake Twitter account because he wasn't able to differentiate his story well enough compared to what he did, and that's how he was actually tracked down. That way. So they clearly have the skills and means to go after these people if they want to. Only the white British, of course, but still. If they just stop at burning down the immigration housing, then yes, the problem will not be solved. But that'd be Fed posting if I advocate it anyway. So there. They're retarded if they take their phones with them. Agreed, but people don't really think about that anymore because their phones are always attached to their hip these days. But they're smart enough to wear the black mask, so hopefully they thought about that too, but you're gonna have a few people who do that regardless. The Irish are no strangers in dealing with the police. I don't doubt that either. I know they definitely get a little bit uppity faster and quicker than the rest of the British Isles do, but doesn't stop the police from being a two-tier system regardless. I did not mean to click that. I'm sorry. Oh. This video is hilarious because of the caption. Look at the parasites run. And of course, the police and the firefighters are there to save the day because that's what they're supposed to do. But then you see the woman in the hijab, the long, big black beard, how overweight that they are. Like, just, and there's actually surprisingly a child, but, like, does this person really look like they need government assistance? Do they actually look like they're part of the UK? Do they actually belong here, or could they go actually back to their country? I think they can go back to their country. They're clearly not welcome here. They're much safer where they came from, clearly. This is just beautiful. This is just beautiful. While there are people still alive who participate in the troubles, they know what they're doing. I'm not trying to doubt them exactly. I'm just trying to explain the situation because, like I said, the Irish are different when it comes to these kind of things than the Anglos and the Scots are. And, well, if the Anglos and the Scots are going to reach their level, which they will probably soon based off what happened with Harry Novak, they're going to need to take some lessons from the Irish, because the Irish protesting like this is common for them, but also not very common either, right? Like, things have died down significantly since then. Most of any protests have been happening in, in Britain. Well, I shouldn't say Britain, in England specifically, that most of these riots have been happening, because that's where most of the stories have been focused on, in particular. Thank you, Zezia, for celebrating your Subby Bubby for 11 months now. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you survived outside my womb for 2 months now. I have not sacrificed you to the fires of being a parasite yet. And just more photos of things being set on fire here. It's beautiful. But today the police were finally sending in the tanks and the guns and the bombs. Oh, zombie. Sorry for the bad reference, but at the same time I feel like it's pretty accurate. But they're finally sending in the big guns here, but the police in Belfast have come out with some force tonight, as armored Land Rovers and water cannons are used in the hope they subdue the angered local people. People are so angry, I'm not at all convinced this will work. Okay, Tommy. Whatever you say, Tommy. Like I said, I don't think anything will actually change unless they, do things. But they'll probably be suppressed by tomorrow, more than likely. Even if the Irish are noticeable of this. Awful, don't do that again. And your head. And your head. Zombie. You're welcome, I did it again. Why do none of these videos have fucking audio to them? You would think they would hear, like, something. God damn it. That annoys me. I want the audio. I want the police sirens and the bricks being thrown. You little NWAs. Little fire there on the street. They're running away but still throwing things, because obviously they don't want to be caught by the police. But notice, chat, that these armored vehicles were not available when the guy was being beheaded originally. Notice that these armored cars are not available throughout the street, just regular basis, when there's literally every single day a rape and or a murder. I'm not even kidding. I don't think I had the tab pulled up. But when this beheading happened, the next morning, in Manchester, 3 girls were stabbed, once again, by a brown immigrant. So we're going back from once a day to basically twice a day now. The way things are going here. Where are these armored cars then? To actually protect the people? They're only used on the actual white citizens, because there's a tier system, and the tier system's not going to change unless Restore Britain gets into power in 2029, which is 3 years away, or something else happens. We'll see what happens first. I should be commentating, actually. I realized, because there's no audio. Oh, the cars are getting a little bit faster. A little faster, trying to charge at them a little bit. Not really working very well. They brought out a water cannon. How about you use that to discourage invaders instead? Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice, but Oh, there it is. Speaking of the water cannon. They got tired of chasing. They should be chasing and using at the same time. It might be a little bit more effective, but I'm not going to support the police on this. Just the police being dumb once again. Here's another video of the same thing from the other angle. This is after the cars have actually stopped. Is there audio for this one? No, why are you gay? Is it really the videos themselves? Or is it something with my browser? Because Brave, you know, froze there for a second. I don't know. Let me try a different video real quick. See if that works. Okay. It works, it's just these specific videos are not. I'm surprised they have the balls to get so close to the vehicles, and the vehicles aren't really doing anything about it. They're just sitting there. Oh, there we go, there we go. The riot gear is out. Once again, this actually doesn't solve anything, by the way. But hey, at least they're trying to do something. Stand down, whites. Accept the replacement. I thought you said the replacement's not happening. Oh, well, it's happening. It's a good thing now. Rest in peace, Dolores, the cranberry zombie. Did she die? I know it's an old song, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's happened. Because that song came out in, what, the 80s? 70s, 80s, somewhere in that time period? Not exactly sure. Don't hate me for it, but I don't actually really like the song. Like, it's not a bad song in the sense that, like it tells a really good story, but I just don't like her voice. Which, one, I'm already misogynistic with female singers, and two, the zombies, over and over again does get a little bit much. But I appreciate what she was doing in telling the story and the fact that it's a classic. Late 90s? Oh, okay. I was completely wrong there. Whoopsies. Thank you, Kazuki Handler, for celebrating your sub babies for 13 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For celebrating that. Thank you, my dude. 13 reasons why the Irish should protest again. The protests are just a pressure release valve as of now. Yes, but like these people are going to be arrested. I mean, not all of them, obviously, because they can't arrest everybody. But like, I can't say what I want to say. I can't say what I want to say. I can't say what I want to say, or else I'll be fed posting. Actually, I can't say what I want to say about it, but Tucker can, because I'm not saying it myself. It's just Tucker. It's from a Fox News clip back when he was there, okay? So, YouTube, it's not me, it's Tucker.
Force is more effective than voting. Elections change nothing. Rioting, by contrast, makes you rich and powerful. When you riot, prosecutors will ignore the law on your behalf. Corporations will send you millions. Politicians will kneel down before you. It works. Violence works. Force.
I'm just laughing at the edit. Listen, I know Tucker Carlson has some problems. I know there's the Qatari money and various things. I get it. But come on. Come on, you gotta appreciate him when he's good sometimes, right? They're not getting arrested. They left the phones at home and wore masks. Still, if the police can catch them in the act and actually pin them down and put the handcuffs on them, they're going to be arrested in that moment. The police will figure out who they are fast. Like, it's basically guaranteed. If I was a Fed poster, I'd say Fed post, but I'm not a Fed poster, so I don't believe that. True and real chat as well. And some of the protests spread outside of Belfast, though from my understanding they didn't get as fiery, but mostly peaceful as the ones that did. At Parliament Square, people have been chanting England for the English.
England for the English! England for the English! England for the English! England for the Europeans!
Then the one guy had to throw in Europe for the Europeans, but you know what? Hey, I still agree with it. Just not the right theme at the right time, but I support it. Just a bunch of white guys. So, regular ass, like, white guys that are relatively fit. Just English for the English. Do they have girlfriends? I hope they have girlfriends. They deserve to have white girlfriends that help populate the white race. Oh, there's a woman. There's a woman in the background. That's a good sign. But mostly just white dudes. Your average white dude supporting this. And it's nice to actually see this. They deserve state-mandated girlfriends for being patriots. And then in Glasgow... Oops. Okay, video, why are you blue? Glasgow, there was a very similar situation as well. So, the support was all over the UK, more than just Belfast. Belfast got a little bit more, fiery here. Yeah. What's this video that I had here? Oh, that is copyrighted music. Whoopsies. But I love me my Zoomer historian. Once women can't be based, okay? They can only copy what men say, and even then, there are gonna be certain issues where they can't be fully based in because they're voids, okay? But if you want my opinions on where they come from, Zoomer historian is where it's at. I can guarantee you. You can tell how fast things are moving because this guy took this video expecting to be safe. A cheeky performative video to label Whitey as racist for some social media grievance point, deep down believing that we aren't actually racist. But no, Whitey's actually racist now and he gets socked in the fucking head. I see no changes, all I see is racist faces. Just immediately gets fucking blasted there. Well, maybe if they're so racist and he feels so oppressed and you don't get socked in the fucking face, then maybe don't fucking go be there and go back to whatever fucking African shithole you come from. Question for nationalists is if English is for the English and Scotland's for the Scottish and so on, are we ready to have a UN conversation yet? I don't think so. I think right now is a bigger question of trying to actually make sure that there's still whites in general in the Isles. And then once that matter is solved, I saw somebody mention a statistic that like England is like I'm not sure if it's England or Britain, because obviously there's a difference between the two of them. Was like 65% white at the moment, more or less. I knew they were a better percentage than we are. That was 75. So who I'm not sure. Once again, not sure if it's England or was Britain. But 65 is a huge drop. Like, I mean, so going from 10% when I thought it actually was. And it's not much better than what we have in America. There's obviously the per capita situation where there's more people in America because it's a larger landmass, various things on a tiny island, etc., etc. But still not great. Still not great, actually. There. And so once it gets solved and, the British actually are white again, because they are white, then we can discuss, well, Scotland for the Scottish and England for the English. Which I would say yes, frankly, but I understand this ethnic conflict's been happening for over 1,000 years, so I'll let them decide more frankly. Oh, but we went over this one. And this is unrelated, technically, to the Belfast riots. But this happened earlier today, where Rupert has Farage rattled, and Farage is clearly distressed about this stuff. This is about the Makerfield elections. Needless to say, pretty much Restore has been making very strong statements what happened in Belfast with the beheading and re-immigration. Reform has not. Nigel Farage has not. It has all been limp-wristed, we must come together, diversity is our strength, etc., etc. So, no wonder Farage is kind of weak in the knees.
When it comes to Makerfield, Restore are doing well here, and it could really help, it could really hurt you. What's Rupert Lowe got that it's appealing to some people over you? Thank you very much.
Elon Musk, thank you.
Elon Musk, thank you. He's so uncomfortable. He's so uncomfortable with these questions. He's just like trying to scurry and write down something. not even really paying attention, just being very dismissive. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Trying to get over, trying to do a little quip there about how evil Elon Musk is for supporting Rupert on Twitter and being like, that's unfair that the wealthiest person in the world supports him instead of me. All this other fun stuff.
I mean, most people here who say restore, and by the way, it's not a very big percentage.
He's so upsetty. He is so fucking upsetty right now.
Most people here would not recognize a photograph of him.
Really? Really? I get I'm the political streamer, and I talk about UK politics quite frequently. For those who don't know, I am American. I am Amerikanski. I do cover American politics first and foremost, but I'm an Anglophile. I care deeply about Britain and Europe in general. I get that I'm the political streamer, so I know what Rupert Lowe looks like. I get on Terminally Online. But I'm pretty sure most people are actually online. If they're at this little, speech that Farage is doing, they probably know what Rupert Lowe actually looks like. Because if they're that involved with politics, they should know at the bare minimum. He is just coping and seething.
Right? This is stuff that pops up on their phones. That has been the problem with it. I do not believe for a moment it will last.
Just actually rubbing his face with his hands. I do not believe for a moment it will last. He is freaking out. Like, I hope Restore wins Makerfield. I hope they can win as many local elections as possible. I am a little bit worried that they are going to split the vote and either Labour or Conservatives will win Makerfield instead. More than likely Labour, which will be not the best for them, but at least it will. But Labour is Labour. They don't really have a competitor except for the Green Party. And the Green Party is not doing as well as people expected, though obviously given enough time they might be able to make a difference. But Reform needs to be crushed. They are just Conservatives 2.0. Literally, like, half the party left the Conservatives that joined Reform last year. Like, they are a wet fucking noodle. So if Restore can just crush Reform or split the votes and threaten them, that's a good thing. Even if Labour does win, because Labour will always be Labour. But Reform needs to be demolished for considered the right-wing party. Because they're not right-wing. They're just conservative light. I wouldn't even say light. They're literally just those conservatives at this point. And so Farage freaking out here and literally putting his face face into his hands and rubbing his eyes like this. Just like, yeah, good. Freak out. You're gonna lose, you fucking twat. Ugh. I dream of the American equivalent of Rupert Lowe. Oh, your comment left. Your comment left. Who has not kissed the wall will appear soon. Me too. Me too. Anybody who says Donald Trump star Rupert Lowe is incorrect. Donald Trump walks so Rupert Lowe can run. And Rupert Lowe will run for whoever the funny mustache man who appears in America can just conquer. It's a real immigration party or we're fucked. Yes, and even then, like, I'm a belief. Elon Musk also agreed with me, by the way. That Restore Britain is the last chance in 2029. Or else something else will happen. But based off what happened in Belfast, and based off the protest for Henry Novak, I am very curious to see if the UK can actually last to 2029 to get Restore Britain in. Like, I was worried for a bit that Restore Britain would just be a pressure release valve, like Trump and Republicans have been in the United States. But I'm starting to doubt that's actually possible, because if we had to go through 3 more years of this, I don't know that people can last. Even with all these promises of Rupert Lowe and Restore, I don't know that people can actually last when every single day there's a new story that happens. In fact, like I mentioned before, that there's a stabbing that happened. I think it was Josh that reported on it. Yeah, if I remember correctly. That is not a very flattering picture of Josh. That's unfortunate. He's handsomer than that. Yes. Beheading last night, school stabbing this morning. These things never happened before mass migration. The people who brought them here have blood in their hands. Just keeps on happening. This just keeps on fucking happening here, no matter what. This is... Can they last 3 more years? Can they last for Restore winning? We will have to see here. We don't need a funny mustache man, we need a Giga Chad. I don't know, the funny mustache man, the only problem with funny mustache man is that he actually was a supporter of democracy. after from what I know, his plan after the Reich would be finished is that he would transfer everything to be a democracy again, but that he never was able to see that to fruition. There, but that's it. But that's about it. Everything else he's much further. Thank you, Cat Bear Curmudgeon, for the 50 warp tokens. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. If voting could fix this, they outlawed voting. Well, they already tried to scam elections, at least in the United States. Not sure about how much election fraud actually happens in the UK. I don't think I've really seen any examples of that happening. It happens all the time in the United States, but not so much in the UK here. We need to remove the mustache man from the conversation. It's unproductive. I don't really think so, actually, because I know the mustache man is tainted, but he's actually gaining favor again. Because a lot of people are realizing, not the normies, but some normies are waking up, right? That we lost World War II. That he actually wasn't as satanistic as they want to paint him to be. That a lot of his points were actually kind of correct. A lot of the propaganda turns out to be not propaganda, but just the crystal ball foretelling the future. There's one Nazi propaganda of France in the future, and it's a white woman in the middle of a ring being poked and prodded by a bunch of Africans. Well, congratulations, it's 2026. That has happened in real life multiple times for decades now on a daily basis. So, and on top of that too, the phrase Weimar problems create Weimar solutions is very accurate, because the Weimar was full of degeneracy. It was full of prostitutions with femboys and trannies and gays. It was with high inflation, and lots of promotion of race mixing and various things. Lots of bread and circus. Basically everything we're seeing today, just on a less technological scale because they didn't have the technology as we do. And those problems created the solutions, and the solution was the funny mustache man. Well, we have the problems again in society. Where's the solution at? Now, you can maybe say once again Hitler is a bad man and has been tainted, but there's a reason of why our Agartha edits with the black sun and the swastika are so popular. Or the Instagram reels are so notorious these days. We have basically changed the culture. Now, there are various things, like white supremacy, right, that have such a bad rap that I don't think it's actually possible to change the normie opinion on. But because the phrase itself has been so tainted. But with the funny mustache man, surprisingly, that hasn't happened. In fact, if anything, he's getting a whole makeover for people to actually start really liking him. Or they dislike him is because he's not actually far enough. Glad somebody called it the femboy problem. Oh yeah, I fucking hate femboys, actually. I don't really talk about them that much because it's not like a huge deal. And I know there's a couple of femboys in the community, so I tried not to and it's not like the mixed race, because I know there's a couple of mixed race in the community too, but the problem with the mixed race is that the Enwa cousins are causing problems on a daily basis. The femboys aren't really causing problems, exactly. They are definitely a stain upon society, but they're not raping and murdering because they're femboys. So, once again, tiers of problems that exist. But yeah, I fucking hate femboys. I hate feminine men. I get, there's a difference between being a sensitive young man and being emotional because you're human and you have emotions. That's another one acting like a fucking woman. I don't like tomboys either. I can understand the tomboy appeal to a bit more than the femboy appeal, because with tomboys they still have a feminine side. They still have tits and an ass when at least you draw them anime style. They still, they have, mostly tomboys have just guy interests, but they still act very womanly, and so they keep their femininity. Though I hate it when they have short hair, but that's because I don't like short hair. And also, and this is where it's gonna piss off a lot of people. I do think there's a difference between tomboys IRL and tomboys in anime, which a lot of people don't like hearing this. It's like brown women, right? There's a lot of people, including in my community, that likes to lust after a brown anime woman, like Mirko. I guess she's just a tan Japanese woman, but she's very clearly brown, right? But in reality, that's not what they look like. Notice how every time there's a brown anime character, it's very with white facial features here. So, same thing kind of with tomboys, where they don't actually reflect reality completely. So, and obviously, looking the abs in particular when it comes to tomboys, absolutely disgusting. Just fucking date a man there. Like, you can have a woman that's toned, like, obviously, and fit, but when she's ripped as fuck, and if you just have pictures of her abs, she looks like a man, that's very gay. That is a very, very gay thing. Now, but going back to more of the femboy stuff, which I think our femboys are worse than tomboys by a long shot, right? I don't really like tomboys, but I can accept them, right? I can accept them because, like I said, they still have plenty of feminine traits. And you can always kind of coax the more feminine side of the tomboy. Because most of the time, it's more of a defense mechanism being like raised with lots of brothers or something along those lines. Not a big deal, actually. But femboys, on the other hand, are just weak men. Disgusting, weak men here. Because there's no masculinity there. They are pathetic. They fucking dress like women. They don't even really pass as women. What's the benefit of a femboy? There's nothing there. You might as well just date a real woman, a feminine woman there. Like, if anything, they're a sickness of society that shows that masculinity is dying out, the whole safe horny kind of stuff. Because men are the ones that build society and carry it on and progress forward. If you have a bunch of weak men that like to wear frilly dresses and pink, you're not going to be able to build society with them. They're going to actually rot society because they want the privileges of being a female. And trust me, there are a lot of privileges as being a vagina holder. I know that well. But the thing is, they don't have that. So they rather sit and let society rot. And basically, like, become spiritually transsexual because of it. They're not actually trans, but they're spiritually transsexual for trying to do so. They accept themselves of gays in general, because not all femboys are gay, but lots of gays are femboys. And it's just more degeneracy there. Like, that's not how men are supposed to work. I'm not saying every man needs to be 6 foot muscular and gruff and lumberjacks. Like, obviously there's plenty of average dudes. In fact, like the UK protest part of it, not the UK, sorry. These guys. These are just average white dudes. Some of them are a little bit more gruff and more blue collar, but there's average dudes here, right? None of them are in pink frilly dresses trying to defend society. There's a strong difference there. All femboys are gay in principle? Exactly. I put a tomboy in a dress one time, she looked good in it, and it was cute to see her get shy. See, that's the appeal of a tomboy, right? Because that's the feminine side coming out. With a femboy, there's no masculine side ever coming out. It's just weakness. It's just being gay. And not even guys don't like being gay, because that's why it's an insult, right? You know, they can kind of joke around with it, like kiss my homies goodnight, don't, wear the socks on, homo kind of stuff. But everybody knows that it's not right to be gay, including that's why it's an insult for it. It's always been looked down upon, and femboys are spiritually gay. Thank you of Not Manadak for the $5 reduce. Thank you. I'm generally tired of mean fetishes. It was feet back then, now it's muscle mommies, goth mommies, and tomboys. It's all mimetic and fake. Yeah, because it's all safe horny, right? Like, tomboys have always been popular, because once again, it's a woman has the same interests as you, which that's what guy and also has a feminine side. Tomboys make sense logically why it has the appeal. Doesn't always really work on reality, mind you, But as a fantasy, which lots of people have fantasies, and that's why it's a fantasy because it's not reality, it makes sense. Guys just want a girl there that loves and supports them and likes to listen to them and do things with. And with tomboys, so they have the same interests like Warhammer or RTSs or hiking, or anything that are very more masculine interests, you can actually share that with, but they can still wear the dress and be cute and shy. I get that. You're not gonna get that in reality, but I get that. There, but muscle mommies, goth mommies, I get the appeal because there's lots of makeup and it's very feminine. But goth mommies have turned in is more. The mommy part is more particular there, but goth in general has turned very sexualized. Once again, safe horny. Those are effete, safe horny, muscle mommy, safe horny. All thanks to Me Too back in 2016. Like, it's because guys have to find a way to express their sexuality without being demonized on the internet, because that's where people meet and talk and discuss things. And if you dare enjoy a naturally traditional feminine woman with big boobs and an ass and long hair, you're considered a pervert and a creep, the Bayonetta effect, you could say, by Anita Sarkeesian, being like, oh, it's the male gaze, you're objectifying her. And then once you get pushed out, then they can claim you as claim her as a gay icon. They did the same thing with Stellar Blade and Eve as well. Where now they're trying to claim her as a gay icon, very slowly, but they're trying their best. Because they try to demonize all the men who just like traditional natural beauty there. And then the mommy part is bad too, as there's this push for hags. Because if you try to go before a 19 or 20-year-old who's at peak fertility, you're considered a pedophile because she's literally a child, even though she's legally an adult, and age gaps are normal. Like an 8 to 10 year age gap is normal for dating purposes. It's only become more recently that dating within your own age is the socially acceptable and required concept. Go back to my parents' time, back in the 70s and 80s, age gaps were still acceptable, but it's only imposed now because women are told to waste their fucking youth by going to the slut factories, aka college, sleep with many guys as possible, start a career, and settle down by 30 when their fertility is declining sharply, and now they're around the same age as other men, and so if they when a man usually reaches his peak between 25 to 35 there, and so now you have to make these hags feel better about wasting their youth. You're supposed to date the same age as you, which is retarded. Absolutely fucking retarded. 30, there's a huge sharp decline in fertility, and 35 is basically over. With 40, there's no fucking points. Like, it's fucking awful. So this whole dommy mommy, or mommies in general, hags, is all this more psyop, safe, horny kind of stuff to express being attracted to women, just in general, because men are attracted to women, but in a very safe way, by being socially acceptable to be after hags and make these women feel better about themselves for wasting their youth by sleeping around and not actually settling down. And it fucking sucks. Only reason age matters is for a woman is fertility. Yes, exactly. Like, for legal reasons, I'm going to say 18 to 30 are the prime of fertility years for a woman. Men age like wine, women like milk. And since men age like wine, usually takes them quite a few years to become established. They go to college or trade school in their early 20s. Then they have to actually start their career around 25. And then give it a few years, they can save up, get a house, get some savings. So by the time they're 30, they're usually pretty settled, more or less. Excluding the DEI programs that are pushing men out of colleges and the workforce in general. That's how the progression normally works. Or they take over the family farm or business in general, right? Or there's a process that goes through here, and which means that men don't become established until 30. That's when they're at their peak, around that time period, more or less. If you're in your 40s, it's still not over for you, and if you're in your early 20s, then you have plenty of time, and you don't worry about it. Like, you're going to be fine here. Versus women, once again, 18 for legal reasons to 30 is prime fertility years. There is no building up. There is no waiting. There is, you gotta do it now or never situation, basically. Hence why the age gap is normal and was normal until the past few decades, essentially. Now, obviously, if you're in your 50s going for a 20-year-old, I'll be honest, chat. That's a little bit weird, but she's still legally an adult, so if she's consensual, and she consents and you consent, hey, go for it. I am gonna stop you. A little bit much in my personal opinion, but I mean, hey. I think my cutoff for me personally, because I like older men, and I've always been liked older men. I've never been ashamed of it, because I've always been down for age gaps, because women do like age gaps. Like, it's on their romantic fantasies too. I'd probably say my own personal cutoff is like 12. Personally, myself, I feel like at 15, it's just a little bit too much and makes me uncomfortable. But, you know, roughly that-ish. I'm still not really looking for voids older than me, even if in my 20s. Well, yeah, like, just go for younger. If you're in your 20s, just go for 18 or higher. But not much higher than you, because age gaps are normal. Like, there's a reason of why it's always a younger woman and an older man, and not an older woman and a younger man. The hag psyop is just, a psyop. It is safe horny. It's a way for men to express them being, attracted to women with big tits and ass, because now there's tit size of consent, where it's literally Steam requirements to have a game on there that women have to have big boobs for them. If they don't have big enough boobs, then they're considered children, even though the fact that there are small-chested women that exist out there that are 18 and older. Now, I also think flat's also a psyop too, but that's a different story. Doesn't change the fact that there are flat girls exist out there. And so the only way to actually express liking a big-titted woman with big asses that are not super overweight is to go for the hags. Those are the adults. Those are not children. So... now is her face somehow? Yeah, it's because of the Stellar Blade Blood Rain trailer, because there's that one frame where she has a slightly chubby face that makes her look very young. But every other frame, she looks normal. And even then, she looks like she's in her early 20s. Like, so now we're doing age of, you know, face, height or face of consent. Or even feet of consent is what I saw the other day. Where somebody posted some picture of very white with red soles and heeled feet. And somebody quote tweeted it with like, well, did you know that red feet is usually a sign of children, and that women's feet turn orange as they grow older? And it's just like, so now we got fucking feet of consent too. Like, what? This is getting so crazy here. This is absolutely retarded. Height, bust, and whatever arbitrary bullshit, we feel like consent. Yes. Basically, whatever makes these hags actually feel better about themselves here. What's next? Wrinkles of consent? Yes. Because what we have a problem right now, where there's women on the internet that are getting older, right? They're hitting the wall at 30. And they're upset that men aren't going after them anymore and going for the younger women, because men always are attracted to younger, more fertile women, regardless here. And so they see a younger, hotter, prettier woman, and they will find any way to shame and basically berate young men, or men in general, for being attracted to her. Whatever it takes. Bust size, face shape, feet, hair. It doesn't really even matter anymore. They will find some way to berate and demonize men for being attracted to the younger, prettier one. Fictional or real life. It does not fucking matter. There, because they are not getting the attention that they want anymore. Oh no, there's gonna be a way to consent. There already is a way to consent. There already is a way to consent already. If you can think of it, there already exists. Because once again, women are bitter fucking whores. No matter the age, really, when it comes to that. But as they get older, it's like they turn into spinsters. Actually, fun fact about Spencer's is that there's old memes from back in the old, like literally olden days, and drawings of what happens to women when they don't get married and have kids at a very young age. And they draw them all like hunched over with long noses and looking really creepy. It's where like the witches and various things come from, is from like spinsters. Because they are upset they don't get the attention they used to anymore. Because women thrive off attention. They need it. There's a reason why there's so many e-whores online these days. Like, if she is, like, I mean it when I say that if she's making content online, she's a fucking thought. Now, obviously, there's degrees of thoughtery happening there. Obviously, she's showing, you know, pussy and boob pics. Then she's for the streets. But regardless of the cases, if a woman's online and making content, she's wanting male attention. It's that simple. So she's a fucking thought. Like, she should be offline and doing something else, more or less. But she's doing whatever for internet clicks and easy money. And yes, I'm aware that includes me. I've never been shy about that either. But in my defense, I'm just biding my time. That's all. That's all. Because I'm not like other girls. Am I actively harming women by ignoring them? Yes. 100%. Yes. Women hate being ignored. On the streets with you, harlot. True, that's where I belong here. Amal's only like 50% based on the last 80 years. She does understand that a lot of shit went wrong, but some of her opinions like, oh god, you retard. Well, yes, because women can't be based. But that's no surprise. Like, well, women can't be based. What do you expect from me, okay? I have a vagina between my legs. It's unfortunate. Amal's the crabbiest crab in the bucket right now. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Better to not be biding time to start an OnlyFans? Why would I do that? Like, if I were to do OnlyFans, I should have done that a few years ago. Or when I started VTubing. Or, like, now. I'm only biding my time until I can be offline again. Amal has a spiritual penis. I keep on saying I have a 12-inch dick that's 3 inches wide while flaccid. And no one believes me! I don't understand why. I do not understand why here. I'm ashamed at all of you. Tisk tisk. As a 20-inch not hitch, get it right. Not build up the fandom first and swap OnlyFans? I ain't doing that shit, okay? Like, I've done hand pics before. I have shown proof that I am in fact white despite my Blasian heritage. And that's about it. Oh, I did promise feet on 100k subscribers at YouTube. With the idea is that I never get 100k because that's a lot of fucking people. And frankly, one, I'm not exactly normally safe and enough to get that number. And two, I'd be kind of surprised if I actually last that long, to be fair. And three, once again, I don't think it's possible. So, we'll see if that actually has happened here. Amal, are you team meat or team blood? What? What's team meat versus team blood? I mean, I like meat. I like to eat my steak and chicken and tacos and stuff. I know what the blood is, though. She doesn't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm ignorant. I'm a dumb boy. What can I say? Let's see here. Let's see. Whoopsies. I need to probably clear some of my tabs here. But alas, I have not. I have not. Thank you, Not Manadak, for the $10 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Remind me 5 years from now when idiots are lusting over sexless women with major focus on their eyebrows. Be sure to tell me how gay I am for not going along with it. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens like, before 5 years. Like, if you could imagine it, it's, like, it's probably already, you know, happening, basically. Does she get, meet, or bleed monthly? Oh. Is that what it's supposed to mean? Well, then yeah, I bleed monthly. Yeah? It's pretty obvious when I'm on my period, I feel like. Plus, I don't even really shy away when I'm on my period. Either. So, I think it's notable here. If you believe monthly as a woman, you're doing something wrong. True. Oh, I believe, there is this theory I saw relatively recently where, like, PMS is a sign that, fuck. I'm trying to do two things at once right now because I saw something new. But there's an update that literally just came out here. Give me a second. But yeah, basically women aren't supposed to be having their period every single month because they're supposed to be pregnant more often. That's why. More or less. So basically kind of sum it up there. And so like, you know what? I can actually see that. When you're supposed to have like 10 to 12 kids because half of them are gonna die out and you need the other half to work on the farm, then yeah. You do kind of, you know, make sense that women aren't actually having their period on a monthly process because if it takes 9 months to give birth and then a few months of refractory period, then yeah, they're not really supposed to be just going crazy with the bleeding stuff, just in general. Yeah, you announce it to the whole world. Good. Good. You must suffer with me. Anyways, this is what I saw here that was kind of tripping myself over. Here is a statement from Give, Send, Go. That I just saw here. I've not read it because I literally just saw it on my For You page. A jury has found Karmelo Anthony guilty in death of Austin Metcalf. Our hearts are with Austin's family, his twin brother, and everyone grieving a loss that no verdict can undo. Give, Send, Go hosted a fundraiser connected to this case. Hosting a fundraiser has never been an endorsement of a person, their actions or legal arguments, or their public statements. It is not a declaration of innocence, and it is not a political statement. It is an access to lawful fundraising, which we extend across the full spectrum of cases. This fundraiser was created to support pretrial needs, and those funds were dispersed over the past year for lawful purposes, including legal defense and family relocation. With that stated purpose not complete, the fundraiser has been closed. Our policy is that the fundraiser's stated purpose stays accurate so givers always know what they're supporting. Our prayers for Austin Metcalf's family and for all those affected, and for justice, mercy, and peace in our community. He has told you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, and to love and kindness, and to walk humbly with your God. Micah 6:8. Okay, well, I was hoping this would be a little bit spicier, but alas, it's not. I mean, I guess it works out in the end. There. I basically, it seems like they're trying to distance themselves. They're like, oh shit, he's guilty. Oh, does it really look good that we had a whole fundraiser for him? After he's, you know, not mass murder, because that requires multiple people dying, but like, still, you know, basically a confirmed murderer here, so we're gonna step away here from it, which I can't exactly blame him for it. I mean, here's the difference. Like, there's Give, Send, Go, and GoFundMe. I personally get those two confused, but you really shouldn't get them confused, and I shouldn't get them confused. Because GoFundMe is basically the original go-to donation site whenever something bad happens. And GoFundMe shut down Shiloh Hendricks Cakes basically immediately because she said the N-word to the Somalian man. And it took them a while to shut down Karmelo Anthony, but they did the same thing because they roughly happened more or less around the same time. And so those cases were compared endlessly because one is a white woman just saying a spicy word after an NWA was being an NWA, and the other one was, well, murder. There. And so they both want the Give, Send, Go. Now, as far as I'm aware, Shiloh Hendricks still has her Give, Send, Go up. And it's all fine and dandy. However, as iHypocrite points out down below here, you guys really fucked up when you censored the comments on Shiloh's fundraiser and only did Karmelo's at the same time, so you can pretend it was neutral. I've donated people's gifts and gum multiple times since then, and you know what option I set for the tip? $0 from me. Maybe apologize to white people for what you did, and I'll consider chipping in again. Which is technically true. There were end towers and other spicy comments on Shiloh Hendricks' Give, Send, Go, which Give, Send, Go started deleting. And when people started noticing, and the fact that Carmelo Anthony's spicy comments were not being deleted on his, then that's when Give, Send, Go actually did something about Carmelo's. Very much a two-tier system going on there, but they only did it after getting backlash to be, you know, quote-unquote neutral. However, Give, Send, Go still is the platform for these spicier cases, because you cannot trust GoFundMe, because GoFundMe won't allow you to do stuff. Like Return to the Land, with Aaron, I forget his last name, but basically the guy who is running Return to the Land has a Give, Send, Go. So, like, I do feel like, obviously, Give, Send, Go needs criticism for the two-tier, and I definitely did when it happened last year. But I can still appreciate that they allowed it in the first place, unlike GoFundMe. There. Karmelo isn't a mass murderer. He's part of the black masses that murder. True. True there. Amal, would you rather date a femboy or an Inwal? Well, femboy, as long as he's white. Because unfortunately, there are non-white femboys that exist out there. But yeah, I'll date a femboy over an Inwal any day. I can at least hopefully correct the femboy. You can't correct the Inwal, and I'm not going to be a mud shark. So. Well. I'm curious what they'll say with Shiloh Hendricks in particular. Yeah, Shiloh is still happening. She's going to be having her trial a little bit later. Actually, in fact, she made an update earlier today. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. It's a very wholesome update, actually. Speaking of which, update from Shiloh. Hello, I hope you're all doing well. My family and I are still enjoying our new lives in the country and taking a full advantage of the peace and quiet. I wonder if they use the whole peace and quiet website to find out what the demographics are in the area. I know they moved before the peace and quiet website was made, but it's still a little bit funny. I feel like there's a reference there. We have added 3 new pets to the family. A very large German Shepherd pup named Fenrir, Based, who is proving to be a great guard dog and has brought us several animal offerings. Good doggo. We also got 2 kittens for my boys named Cookie and Waffles. It's cute watching them all play together and grow together. Our eldest son graduated kindergarten in May. Oh my god. I think I just saw... I saw a bug just fly past me. I think it's a sneak bug. I can't tell. It's far away now, but that was a little bit surprising. Anyways, back to Shiloh instead of me being murdered by a bug. My eldest son graduated kindergarten in May with a wonderful ceremony complete with a cap and gown. Bleh. My youngest son is now over 2.5 and is proving to be an excellent artist. It's quite impressive. My husband continues to work hard for our family so I can care for the children in the household. We are so blessed. I know many of you know that the motion to dismiss my charges was denied, which I did cover on stream a couple weeks ago. I was hopeful the law will prevail, but our 2-tier justice system thought otherwise. Minnesota never ceases to amaze me. Our freedom of speech is under attack. Europeans are under attack. We see more and more of it every day. It's sickening and needs to stop. We have to keep fighting. I refuse to let our folk be silenced and erased. It's easy to feel alone sometimes. I constantly remind myself that you are still out there supporting me and I haven't been forgotten. My trial is set for the July 20th at 9 a.m. This will be a huge moment for our freedoms. Tribal Order made a playing card of me, which has helped cover some of my court costs. If you haven't seen it, I suggest checking it out. It's beautifully made and I'm so grateful. Any donations I receive will go towards my attorney fees. I appreciate all your love and support. Thank you so much. Hail Victory, Shiloh. Picture of her kids, and her husband here. So, I'm glad they're doing well. I am a little bit jealous. A little bit jealous, I won't lie. But I am glad that there is a white family with white kids living a good life and having a stay-at-home mom with cute little pets and doing well for themselves. And I hope that when she goes to trial, she wins, because it really shouldn't be that... it should have been dismissed. It really wasn't that big of a deal. Like, okay, yeah, it was a little bit mean. She said the N-word. But... well, like, the kid stole something from her. He's about 10 years old. The autism excuse doesn't exist when they're Somalian, and they've been found to create multiple fraud when it comes to autism centers there, so I'm pressing X down on that. Like, there's no reason for her to be going here. What is she being charged with? If I remember correctly, and chat can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's like public disorder or misconduct there. Or like incentivizing something as well. Like, it's really like bullshit charges here. But they're trying their best to go after her because it is in Minnesota. And she said a nutty word, which is unfortunate. So when July 20th rolls around, what day is that actually? I'm kind of curious. That is a Monday. Well, I guess we'll find out some, details there in about a month, a little bit more than a month. Did she leave Minnesota? I was only half paying attention. I believe so. I know they moved because they were getting death threats and were doxxed and all the other fun stuff. I believe they moved outside of Minnesota, but it's still within Minnesota, so she's being charged for it. Yeah, I love Shiloh, but I'm a bitch jealous of her life too. It just makes me motivated to keep her family safe. Yeah, I remember when her thing was kicking off, and then there was another case as well, where they're like, you live life on easy mode if you're a woman that says the N-word online because people just donate to you. And you know what? It's not wrong. It's really like, yeah, you really do live life on easy mode if you're a woman that says the N-word online. So, don't ask me how I know. Oh, there. I bet money gets. Though, in Shiloh's defense, she has been, death threats, assault, not assaults, but, problems there, had to actually, flee her house. Now all this legal problem too. Like, it's... yeah, it kind of makes sense that, she deserves the money that she is getting to fight for this. Because this is a freedom of speech problem. Like, it really is a freedom of speech problem here. Because if she gets charged for it, then we no longer have freedom of speech in America. It's that simple. It really is just that simple. But we'll find out in a little over a month. So, anyways, chat, it is about that time. YouTube bros, I'm sending over to Mizu. He is not political, so do not bring politics into his chat. And then Kick Bros, I am sending you over to Kirsha. She is political, but she's having a collab with Cha-Cha. And so do not bring politics into her chat. Cha-Cha is definitely not political. And she's having a nice fun collab. So just enjoy that there. Rumble Bros, I'm putting you in the cuck chair because I am lazy. Maybe one day I'll give you the right. But for now, thank you everybody for letting me live on easy mode with your subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I will see you guys on for Friday at 2:30 p.m. EST for Floundering Friday, whatever we discuss then. And until then, hope you do well. Make sure you say the N-word loud and proud, and have a good night. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.